Hi, Tyrant, hi! How was Viva Las Vegas? Let's just say Anne Margaret outshines Elvis. That's what I vaguely remember. I watched that movie. I don't remember anything except the race at the end. And also Anne Margaret being kind of cute in it. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. I was thinking if she was some other role, but it's someone with a similar name. Not the same actor. Also, I totally forgot about that Elvis video. We can throw that on. I've got no plan other than eventually migrating over to some multiplayer Halo. Seem to exist for selling a soundtrack. That's what jukebox musicals are all about. You don't watch them for the movie 99% of the time. In fact, you don't watch the movie a lot of the time because, often the soundtrack lives on and everyone's forgotten the movie. Speaking of which, I think everyone forgets about Purple Rain being a movie. The soundtrack, one of the most important albums of all time. The movie, nobody's seen it, and those who have are like, it's not that good. Hard Day's Night and Yellow Submarine, yeah, because, they have interesting direction and visuals. They use the medium. They're not just one, flat angled song performance after another. Okay, I guess I'm looking up jukebox musicals. Apparently, Singing in the Rain is considered a jukebox musical, so okay, that's a good one. if it counts. I guess a lot of those songs are, you know, adaptations of existing ones. All right, I'm looking up the list of jukebox musicals, and I don't know, it's got Boogie Nights in there, so I don't know about this list. It's like calling every Scorsese movie a jukebox musical because it's got songs in it. Does anyone have a recommendation for a mouse? The one I have, I've had it for a few years, and maybe I should just fix it myself, but the scroll wheel is not doing tactile mode. It's doing free mode, which means I gotta, like, be careful about how much I move it, because it moves it all over real fast. Ah, this song. Coincidentally, I learned about Leaflet's YouTube recently. Yeah. Just so we're clear, in my mind, Leaflet is 100% canceled, and probably has been for a while. I was just not aware. There's some streamer drama for you. There's your daily dose. Let's just say if you... I'm not gonna link to it. Hi, Meowstro. Hi. Did you change the color for your name again? That's not a problem, but I'm just asking. How you doing? Yeah, you know, I wasn't, like, overly familiar with Leaflet. Thanks for shout. Yeah, anytime. But, like, I got raided into her a few times, like, maybe 2 years ago. Changed it because I hate the color green. It's not a creative color. But, yeah, it always struck me as, oh, okay, he's doing TTRPGs and, you know, first-person shooters and, you know, normal streamer. I tuned in very sporadically over the next few years, and I had heard about her having kind of weird opinions online. I didn't look into it. I didn't get the impression that it was, like, horrendous. I guess that changed in the last year or so. There's only one color in this army, Private Green. Is that a reference to? Is that Halo? Anyway, let's just say I'm not showing Leaflet's YouTube. That's how bad some of those thumbnails are. You're a fucking cartoon girl on the internet. Ah! Anyway. Let me swap to intermission. Hello. I see inflated Gex is still there. What was the other image I had? Woke Marxist Pope. This is literally a title of a Leaflet video, by the way, just to give you a hint. Full Spectrum Warrior. Who the fuck remembers Full Spectrum Warrior? That game's ancient. It was like a 7 out of 10 from the mid-2000s. I don't know, maybe it's good. I've never played. But hi, everyone. Hi. You do, damn it. Hi. I'm planning to play some Halo later with people. Now, I'm not going to like call this an event or anything formal. I'm just going to kind of boot it up and try to figure out what I'm doing as I go. So, you know, be nice to me. Be nice to me. Maybe we can make something more organized later on down the line, but I just want to vibe a bit today. Halo. Halo, Arbiter. But yeah. That image, like, of her video on slavery. Let me tell you, that like kind of hit me like a freight train. Because I saw it right after I finished stream. I was like, I'm gonna relax a bit. I'm gonna check Blue Sky for some shit posts and whatnot. And I got that. Now, I said to myself, okay, maybe it's a Photoshop and people are being misled. I checked the channel. It is not a Photoshop. And I also thought, okay, maybe it's taken out of context. I'm willing to be extremely generous at the start whenever something like that pops up. I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt to an absurdly unfair degree. I watched her explanation, and at the end of that explanation, I was like, nope, Nazi. Her explanation was, no, see, the reason why I'm looking happy in that thumbnail is it got the most hits, which doesn't explain anything and was not the issue. The other thing she said was, and I don't know why she said this. I don't understand. I don't think that the modern prison system is an extension of slavery, because that's kind of weird. 3 strikes are probably a Nazi. This was her argument, is it's kind of weird. You know, decades and decades of scholarly research into this and how it is directly tied to slavery. And she'd be like, but it's weird. Who the hell are you talking about? Leaflet. You may or may not know them. They used to be, you know, someone who was like, I hope they're not still. They used to be someone who like interacted with a lot of people whose communities I kind of interact in. You know, people would rate into her because her streams were normal. Her streams were just, let's play video games. Let's play some multiplayer team-based shooters. Let's, you know, do some TTRPG stuff. And I was like, that's cool. She's been getting more and more political. And by that, I mean right-wing grifter. And I was not paying attention, never heard of them. Well, you're lucky. I was lucky not to have heard of Kirsch, douche, or that other person whose name I don't hear brought up much. I don't think they're even very big. They're not even that big, people. But Leaflet I was aware of, so that was a bit more like a what moment. I realized I was still following her. You know, and I'm not brave for this, but I did unfollow her because I was not aware. I don't unfollow a lot of people I follow. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like, I can have way too many follows, and it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I can parse through a big ass. It's like, nah, get out of there. They're out of there. I don't even want to know you. Like, literally, I do not want to see her or our community in my vicinity ever again. That's how bad it is. Look, man, you're lucky you follow small VTubers, like, for example, DJ. Well, yeah, I mean, DJ, like, doesn't get political, but also, like, you know, knows not to talk about stuff he may not be educated on, which is a skill that every quote-unquote apolitical streamer should possess, and they do not. Usually when someone's like, no politics, it's like, okay, what qualifies as politics for you? And it usually turns out to be, you know, treating people with dignity, unfortunately. And I don't like to get into streamer drama because it's usually like petty stuff like this person said this thing about this person. But this is actually like something you need, only using him as an example. I understand. But I want to be clear here. If someone, and I mean, DJ is, because everyone is engaging with politics, and one of the choices you can make politically is, I don't know enough about this. I'm not going to talk about this right now because you're being clear and straightforward. You know, quite a few people I unfollowed Avoid because they collabed with Kirsch as recent as this year. I don't even know who's collabed with Kirsch. I don't know nothing about her, which makes it very easy for me to not feel anything about calling them a Nazi. Leaflet, it's more like, okay, I guess I should have been paying closer attention. Because like, people I've like respected, rated into her. And mind you, this was before the right-wing grift took over. So it's not like I'm mad at them. It's not like they should have known better, because I didn't. And I don't think there was the evidence that existed for all of it. There may have even been one or two times where I was rating out and I saw Leaflet and I was like, oh, Leaflet, there's good vibes there. All right. Nope. I dodged a bullet by never deciding to raid Leaflet. For sure. And look, it's just, the bad thing is we're like reaching a point that a lot of, you know, subcultures reach where, you know, they start small, they get bigger and bigger, and then like the racists come out of the woodwork and get madder and madder. It's just the anime people, you know, spreading through another group adjacent to anime. So I'm just saying, watch out. Don't find yourself in a community like that, because it's not safe for you and others. Don't let them in. Tell them to fuck off. You know what I mean. And yeah, I have to get that off my chest, because I don't like seeing that shit entering my sphere, personally. And I respect anyone who, I'm not saying people need to like go full like political commentator. I'm just saying be clear about what's okay and what isn't. And don't start grifting off things like ever. Never grift, but especially not things that you're willfully ignorant of. That's the thing about Leaflet's whole explanation that just kind of soured my mood the rest of the night last night, is the arrogance of the ignorance, you know? You look at a thing that's like, obviously, well, to me it's obviously true. But maybe you could be a shitter and try to argue that, you know, the 13th Amendment and all that shit and all the scholarly research and writing and activism related to the ways in which prisons are rooted in, you know, early American racism, and just go, nah, I don't like that. No, I don't agree, because it's weird. It makes me feel weird. I have zero respect for that. That is someone with no principles. That is someone who barely exists on this plane. At least say, I don't know. I'm not going to comment on this until I know more. But of course, she's not going to say that because she gets clicks off that shit. So, no. Not the only one. I'm not going to say people's names. I think everyone knows their names. And I don't want to. The only reason I'm talking about Leaflet is because, you know, normally you don't want to platform someone like that, but Leaflet's already got a platform. You know? People are already aware of her. So I'm going to make you aware of do not support her, do not allow her or anyone in her community in your vicinity. If anyone like that is allowed in a community that you're part of, then turn tail and run until they fix their hearts or die. That's my opinion. I got feelings about this. Because I've seen it before. I've seen a nice, I don't want to use the word cozy, but a nice, like, supportive group of people. They're a little too nice to people who at first don't appear to be anything bad, but they might say one or two things that are a little sus. And saying one or two things that are a little sus is by itself fine, because maybe you need to educate yourself. But you can go one of two ways. You can either actually educate yourself. You can do that. There's three ways. You can educate yourself. You can be like, all right, I'm just gonna not dip my toes into this because, it's kind of my feeling about, China, for example, because a lot of people have opinions about that, and I'm like, it's real messy. I don't have the facts. I don't need the facts. China and the people, I said it like China and the people who live there know way more about the situation than I do. I'm not helping them. And then the third approach you can take is just go, I'm gonna lean into it. I'm gonna grift my ass off. Or maybe you're just straight up, a true believing bigot. And there's no real difference between the two. Utilitarianly, that is not a word. Functionally, that's a better word. Okay, I think I got that off my chest. Now let's actually vibe. Where's that Elvis video? Hi, Chuffler. I'm just ranting. I'm just getting a rant off my chest. I am not a rant-sona, but I'll rant a little bit. How you doing? Go off, King. Yeah, I'm just look, I don't know anyone who, I don't know anyone who's actively in this person's community who I'm talking about. So I don't think I'm doing anything except, maybe preaching to the choir. Thanks, shout. Yeah, anytime. But we are going to play Halo. But before that, I think I'm going to throw on this video about Elvis. Oh, who we talking about? I'm just going to say, if you want to, I'm not going to tell you to do this, but if you want to inform yourself, I invite you to look up Leaflet's YouTube and the numerous titles and thumbnails. And then maybe you'll understand why I don't think anyone should have anything to do with that individual ever again. This is not even a Cinder situation where it's like, okay, that seems shitty, but it's not really my business. This is my business. Get him out of here. Hi, Dusky. How are you doing? Let me give you a shout out. Did I spell that right? I did. Hi, what you doing? How you doing? Hope well. Comfy? Good. Get comfy. I'm gonna learn about some Elvis movies. Although we all know that the best Elvis movie is Rock-a-Doodle. Elvis isn't in that. That's Glenn Campbell playing Elvis as a rooster. I love the movie Rock-a-Doodle because it's almost a normal movie and yet it fails, which almost makes it a more surreal experience. Y'all know Rock-a-Doodle? Zoomers don't know Rock-a-Doodle. Okay, so this video is like, yeah, it's an hour and a half, but, that's fine. We're picking Hello? Hello? Oh, hello? It's telling me I'm connected again. Hello? Are we back? Hello? It's still connecting to chat. I'm very confused. But I can't connect to my chat. Hello? Are we back? Are we back? Oh. Hello. Are we back? Are we back? Give me a moment. Me when I watch The Elf That Causes Twitch to Crash. Where's my thing? There's my thing. I don't know what happened there. Actually, I know what happened. My internet shit the bed. My whole ass internet. Ugh. That was not on Twitch's end. That was on my end. Hello, are we here? Hello? Hello? Refresh. I hope that doesn't happen again. We've been mercifully free of internet issues recently, and now we got another internet issue. I was gonna watch this Elvis video. I think I'm gonna try to watch this Elvis video. So I'm just gonna say, hopefully that doesn't happen anymore. What was I talking about? I guess Twitch didn't like me saying things about Leaflet. Oh well. Okay. Oh, it's starting. Give me a moment. By the way, does anyone know a good mouse? Does anyone know a good affordable mouse? My scroll wheel is borked. Good start. Good start. No Eiffel 65. I'm sorry. We're learning about Elvis, who is not someone I'm a huge fan of. I think the early stuff's better when it was just him and the guitar. After that, I don't care. I like the Beatles. I do like the Beatles. But I have seen a few Elvis movies. I've seen Viva Las Vegas. I've seen Jailhouse Rock. I saw both of them for a class. Actually, I saw all of them for a class. And then I saw King Creole, which I remember actually being a pretty decent movie. Like, it's a decent bit of noir. Razor Basilisk V3 has been nice to me. That's what I have, is the thing. And the scroll wheel is borked. I don't know. Maybe I should figure out how to repair it myself. But I worry about opening it up and fucking it up and not having a mouse. I don't have a backup. Also, do you know one of the Eiffel 65 former members is going to Eurovision this year? No, I did not. Now I do. What the hell? What is it? Select full screen. For some reason, it wasn't like totally full screen.
Hi. Despite having been aggressively dead for over 40 years, Elvis Presley is having a bit of a cultural moment recently.
Thank you.
Now, the primary reason...
Was that AI? Was that a hologram? Was this a Tupac situation?
Hi. Despite...
Is that the Who? What's that image of?
Having been aggressively dead for over 40 years, Elvis Presley is having a bit of...
Yeah, it is AI. Look at this AI hologram. I'm sorry. God, what happened to him?
Of a cultural moment.
I don't like this. I don't like it. Stop resurrecting dead people.
Recently.
Thank you.
Now, the primary reason for this Elvis revival is, of course, the Baz Luhrmann biopic. But if you'd asked me before that movie came out, I would have told you it was kind of destined for failure. I think post Bohemian Rhapsody, we were all very tired
I have
of that
not
genre,
seen
and the
Elvis.
trailer
I
made
hear
it
it's
look like
pretty
a
good.
parody of every music biopic, but just played.
Yeah, let
painfully
Simon
straight.
Cowell stay dead.
And yeah,
I know.
The movie turned out to be
Let
a bit
the
of a
man
massive
rest in
fucking
peace.
success. Like, it played in cinemas for months. Elvis
He's
music
whack.
once again topped the charts, and social media is full of young people swooning over Elvis with increasingly little irony.
You ain't nothing but a dog, player, I get it.
Now, you could make an argument that this is just another example of our current obsession with
Don't like
nostalgia. Embracing old music has kind of been a trend recently. But what's unique about this comeback is that I think it has helped precipitate a tangible change in the public narrative around Elvis Presley. Because for decades, Elvis has been held up as the king of rock and roll, and as much as that has cemented his place in history, it came at a serious cost for how future generations would view him. Elvis' success will always be soured by the racism that enabled it, but his specific labeling as the king implicated him in the historical erasure of the black and Latin artists that actually invented that music. However, once you take away that racist piece of marketing, you can start to acknowledge why Elvis was truly special, not just as an innovator of the genre, but just as one of those lightning in a bottle human beings. Austin Butler's performance is a worthy reminder of the fact that regardless of your age or music taste, most people can acknowledge the irresistible nature of Elvis Presley. Elvis wasn't the king of rock and roll, but he was one of the most extraordinary entertainers to ever live.
Lord have mercy.
But crucially though, the movie didn't just iconize him,
it
it also humanized him. It showed that the same corrupt system that now calls him the king is the same one that abused and manipulated him all throughout his life.
Yeah,
and I think
this stuff's
that
interesting.
That often gets overlooked.
Because basically,
is absolutely
I haven't watched the movie, but I assume a lot of it's about how
the story of Elvis's movies.
I assume a lot of it's about how Colonel Tom Parker basically, became a sycophant, or was always a sycophant, but manipulated him into doing a whole lot of garbage.
There's a couple iconic moments here and there, but they're mostly cheap, formulaic musicals that
ultimately
were
probably destroyed his life and drove him to
and that is pretty much
destructive drug addictions.
True. But I'm not here
many
today
such
to try and
cases.
argue that these movies are good, because they're not. But what I do hopefully want to get across is
One or
that
two of
they
them
are
are okay.
absolutely fascinating and deserve our attention. In just over a decade, Elvis starred in 31 films, which is an insane fact by itself, but it is also a much more diverse filmography than most people appreciate. He wasn't just in Elvis movies, he was in westerns, gothic crime dramas, satirical comedies, and at one point, a full-on exploitation movie.
There's a chance.
Elvis's movies
really?
aren't just some pop
There's a
culture.
chance that Elvis actually could have been a legit actor. He's not a bad actor. It's just he was in trash.
Relic. They are a cinematic anomaly that remains unprecedented to this day, and they have more in common with being John Malkovich than they do Ocean's 11. It's well known that
really?
Elvis essentially played himself in movies. It never said Elvis in the credits, but all his characters were essentially written to be like him. However, this went much deeper than just all of his characters being able to sing and being good with the ladies. If you look deeper, hidden within many of these movies are uncanny parallels to Elvis's real life. From incidental similarities to almost fully dramatized reenactments of the most volatile parts of his life. The people who made these movies sought to create a cinematic myth of Elvis Presley, but what they didn't expect would happen was that the lines between that myth and the man himself became increasingly blurred. In other words,
Many such cases.
Viewed in isolation, these movies are, for
How many parallels is this gonna have with Kanye? I wonder, randomly in my brain.
forgettable pieces of 60s Hollywood kitsch. But together, and with the context of Elvis's real life, they form this tapestry of metafiction that tells an entirely separate story unto itself. One
I don't
about
think
the
Elvis
cost of
ever
fame,
got that
about
bad,
betrayal
but
and regret,
maybe
and
he
ultimately
did.
about someone trying to come to terms with who they are. I've spent the past
I don't
3 months
know
of my life
Elvis's-
watching every one
I don't
of
know the
Elvis's
entirety
movies,
of his
researching their
politics.
production extensively and recording my adventures. And
Ooh,
today I'm going to present
Body
my
double
findings to
poster.
you
That's a banger
in an
movie.
exhaustive
Very
deep
underrated.
dive into the Elvis cinematic universe. I don't know how long this video is going to be. We have a lot to go through. Let's just say that if you put this video
we
on to
know
go
how
to
long
sleep,
it's going to be. An hour
there's a
and
chance
20
I'll still
minutes.
be here when you wake up. Oh, and I almost forgot the most important thing. Yep.
Elvis Cinematic Universe.
£15 this. It's not even in shop.
15 pounds. How much is that in dollars? It's like
The
10.
story of Elvis's rise to fame is almost cartoonish.
Or
in
wait,
the way
no,
it
a
resembles
pound
like
is-
an old-fashioned name and lights.
A pound
type
is
thing. Elvis released
more
his
than a
debut
dollar?
album in March of 1956.
I don't
And in the
know.
space of a few months, he was appearing
Get
on
on
national television
Euros.
to screaming fans.
Get on
His
Euros,
hometown
you
of
fucking
Tupelo
island.
gave him an official day, and by November of that year, he was starring in a Hollywood movie. Now, you might ask, how and why did Elvis end up in a movie that fast? Particularly when you realise he had not acted at all up to that point. Well, despite his lack of experience, Elvis was obsessed with movies, and he worshipped actors like Marlon Brando and James Dean, who he studied extensively whilst working as a
Yep.
cinema usher.
James Dean.
Music was his passion, but his secret dream was to be an
Google
actor.
tells me
and to
15
star
pounds
in a
is nearly
classic
20
American
USD.
film. And in the whirlwind of
Still
fame
not the
he now found
worst.
himself in, his
Hi,
manager,
Towns.
Colonel
How are you
Parker, had
doing?
created a reality where any dream was now possible, just as long as he got 50%. So Parker joined forces with Hollywood producer Hal Wallace, and together they became the architects of Elvis's movie career. Wallace was a legend of the business. He'd produced movies like The Maltese Falcon and Casablanca, but he
Oh,
was
those are
also the
good.
man who had forged the film careers
Hi,
of Frank
Celador.
Sinatra and Dean Martin.
We're
whilst for us
learning
looking back,
about
it might be easy
Elvis
to look down on
movies,
Elvis's aspirations
which
to be a serious
nobody
actor.
needs to
It's not that
watch.
silly when you realize what someone like Frank Sinatra had done.
But
at
I
the time.
mean,
Frank
I
Sinatra
still
didn't
haven't
just
seen
enjoy
the
a
Elvis
lasting career
movie.
in movies.
The-
He was a
not
genuinely
new,
acclaimed
but
and
the newer
versatile
one.
actor. He played a heroin
Half
addict in The Man
Maltese.
with the Golden Arm.
I'm
He
sick of
starred
the
in classics
Maltese
like
and
The
their
Manchurian
Falcon.
Candidate, and even went on to win an Oscar
Do you have a
for his
Falcon?
performance in From
Does
Here to
everyone in
Eternity.
Malta
It
get a
wasn't totally
Falcon?
out of the question that Elvis couldn't follow in his footsteps. So in May of that year, Elvis attended a
No,
screen
damn
test
it.
at Paramount
What's the
Studios,
point?
and at Wallace's request performed a dramatic scene from The Rainmaker and lip-synced to a recording of Blue Suede Shoes. And Wallace was genuinely impressed, not specifically by his acting, but by his charisma and energy, which he knew would pop
Falcons
on
in
screen.
my town.
And so with that, he quickly
I
offered
have
him a
falcons
contract
in
with
my
one film
town.
with the option of 6 more. But after failing
That
to
sounds
find
like
the
a
right
good
role
name
for
for
him
an
at
album.
Paramount, Wallace loaned Elvis out to 20th Century Fox for a film
And then
that was
maybe
just
it's
about
not
to
the
begin
name of a
shooting,
song,
that
but
would go on to be
it's some
called
lyrics from a song on the album.
Tender.
Love Me Tender is not an Elvis movie in the way we know it, because such a thing didn't
Love Me
exist yet.
Tender
This is a normal
from the movie Wild
that
at
they
Heart.
just dropped Elvis in the middle of. Originally titled The
Falco
Reno
is
Brothers, the
pretty
film was said
awesome.
to be a romantic tragedy revolving around a Confederate soldier
Amadeus,
who returns
Amadeus.
from war to find that his true love has gotten engaged with his younger
Your
brother.
60
It's
Watt
a fairly
Street broke.
standard
No!
period melodrama
Hi,
with
Coyote.
a lot of men
That's no
grabbing
problem.
women by the arm.
They're
However,
just
after the addition of
numbers.
Elvis to the cast, his role as the younger
But
brother
I'm
was
sorry.
greatly expanded, and 4 songs were shoehorned into the script, one of which was called Love Me Tender, which would eventually become the film's new title. Wallace mandated that Elvis not take any acting lessons so as not to ruin his naturalism, though the real reason is likely they just wanted to get this thing shot and released before his fame likely dwindled. However, his reasoning did end up working to an extent. Elvis was 21 at the time of filming, and his vivacious energy as this bright-eyed young man ends up being perfect for the role. Long story short,
Yeah.
Elvis is a little baby boy in this movie.
Present for you, Clint, from all of us.
For me?
The songs that were
Well,
transplanted ad hoc, of course, do feel jarring, though the Love Me Tender sequence does actually end up working, because the song derives its melody from an old Civil War ballad, so it doesn't feel that out of place. What does feel out of place is when he is doing like the full Elvis act in what is supposed to be the South in 1865. You would get murdered. But aside from all that, it's when
That young
Elvis is
boy
called
is
upon to do
showing
some
too
serious
much
acting
ankle.
that the real cracks in this movie begin to show. When he has to be angry and intimidating, he kind of just ends up looking more like a young kid playing dress up as a cowboy. The truth is that Elvis was out of his depth
I'm a
here,
bad
and certain
boy.
parts of his performance betray his nervousness.
I
whether
hate
it's
my
not knowing
dad. I'm
what to
Cold
do with
Steel
his
the
hands,
Hedgehog.
or in how fast and unintelligible some of his line deliveries can be.
Quit lying to me, Kathy. I've heard all your lies and believed them just like you wanted me to. Like the night you stood at our window crying, saying it was only a bad day.
But nevertheless, Elvis was determined to
I understood
learn
what he
and
was
improve
saying
as
at
an actor.
first,
He even
and it
showed up
just
on the
kinda
first day of shooting,
dwindled away.
having memorized the entire script. A fact that
That
when I learned
boy
it,
showing
I fell to
ankle.
my
Whip him
knees.
into
Whilst
normal.
Elvis
What?
was still only technically
Wait, what was
third
that?
build in the mind of the studio. Nevertheless, Elvis was determined to learn and improve as an actor. He even showed out of his depth here.
Okay,
and certain
I'm
parts to be the
assuming that
South
was
in
meant.
1865.
Oh fuck! Vanessa Leona, Groundhog, thank you for the follow. Oh my God, hi. How are you doing? Let me give you a shout out. How was your stream? What were you doing? Yeah, we're learning about Elvis movies right now, and then we're gonna do some Halo with chat. But yeah, let me give you a shout out. You were playing Battlefield 4. How's Battlefield 4? How did that go? I've only ever played Battlefield 1942 and Battlefield Vietnam. I missed the whole Battlefield train. I played a little bit of Bad Company too. It was pretty good. Are you saying that about me? I'm not old. I'm not old. I am. But yeah, hi everyone. I am Jazza. I'm an elf. I play lots of retro games and stuff like that. And I don't know what I'm doing. But anyway, if y'all are tired, if y'all are hungry, go deal with that. You don't need to be hanging around here. Go deal with yourself. Also, hi Chad. How are you doing? Underscore. I always get nervous about underscore. Did I spell that right? Oh, did someone already do that? They may have. But let me shout out to Chad as well. Yeah. Elvis is still hip, right, you fellow kids? Still hip. Yes, hippity. I actually, with the Elvis movie, it might be. It might be. They made TikTok memes. TikTok. So yeah, we're going through the filmography of Elvis beforehand. This is kind of a long video. I don't know if I'm gonna watch the whole thing now. I might save the second half for Thursday, but
You would get murdered. But aside from all that, it's when Elvis is called upon to do some serious acting that the real cracks in this movie begin to show. When he has to be angry and
Okay, I went back a
intimidating,
little
he
too
kind of
much.
just ends up looking intimidating.
I saw an
and
edit that
dressed up as a
confused me.
cowboy. The truth is that Elvis was out of his depth here, and certain parts of his performance betray his nervousness, whether it's not knowing what to do with his hands or in how fast and unintelligible
Is
some
this
of his
guy
line deliveries
Irish?
can be.
You quit lying to me,
He could
Kathy.
be.
I've heard all your lies and believed them just like you wanted
Scottish.
me to.
Ah.
Like the night you stood at our window crying, saying it was only a bad dream.
But nevertheless, Elvis was
Okay,
determined to learn.
I sort of understood what he was saying that time. Although I don't really know what he was saying. I understood a few words in that little bit of word salad.
And improve as an actor. He even showed up on the first day of shooting having memorized the entire script, a fact that when
That's
I learned
good.
it, I fell to my knees. Whilst Elvis
Okay, all right. I don't know why you chose that clip, but then I don't know. How old is this video? This is 2 years ago. Come on, man. I don't think you intended anything by it. But if you see people using that clip, it's usually not good in a very cringe and not imaginative way.
was still only technically third build, in the mind of the studio, he was the lead, which meant this movie was
Is that
altered
G.I. Blues?
even after
I
it
assume
finished
we're gonna
shooting
get to that
appease
one.
his fans. After negative reactions from test audiences to Elvis's character dying at the end, a ghostly figure of Elvis was overlaid over the ending to be like, "Don't worry, guys, he's okay." Fans were nevertheless ravenous to see.
Okay. Okay. We gotta let them know Elvis didn't actually die in that movie. We gotta let them know this is not a snuff film. Elvis Force Ghost. Literally Elvis Force Ghost. Okay. I'm sorry. This like reminds me of when Bruce Dern, if you don't know him, you know, he had kind of a renaissance in his career. He was in a couple of movies. I think he passed away recently. But his career took a big hit because he shot John Wayne in a movie. And I think people took that as, this guy shot John Wayne! Fuck him! Hi, Blazy. How are you doing? Can I get a shout out for Blazy?
See Elvis on the big screen.
Notice
and
the glare
Parker
in your
did
glasses.
everything
It
he
looks
could
super
to
cool.
whip
Yeah,
up that
if you
friends.
want to,
Cinema
like,
auditorium.
because I've got, if you want to see who is behind my model, I got some credits in the About page.
Auditoriums became like stadiums. People couldn't hear the dialogue
Yeah, it's very
over
cool.
screaming. Imagine like
You
Avengers
gotta have the,
Endgame
you
but
gotta
for
have
teenage
the
girls in the 50s.
glasses glare though. You're gonna have glasses. What?
Ultimately, though, Elvis found a lot of this embarrassing. He wanted the chance to be taken seriously as an actor, and he made it known that he didn't want to sing in every one of his movies. Unfortunately for Elvis, though, most reviews weren't particularly kind to his acting ability, and most critics generally looked down on Love Me Tender as just another star vehicle movie. If only they knew what they had at the time. So whilst Elvis wanted to pursue more serious roles in his next projects, I think Hal Wallace learnt a very different lesson from Love Me Tender. Not to try and play to his strengths as an actor, but to just give audiences what they really wanted, which was
Ooh, that's bad. I'm someone who thinks that no matter how bad an actor may be, and Elvis gave some good performances after this, but no matter how bad they are, you can cast them well, and they'll give you the right performance. But yeah, it's gonna be a whole lot of pandering. Hi, Cloudy. Hi, Street Fighter remastered Cloudy. How are you
Elvis
doing?
Presley. And so with that, Wallace tasked screenwriter Hal Kanter with crafting a movie specifically for Elvis Presley, sending him to spend a few days with him whilst he was gigging in Memphis. And Kanter witnessed
Hope you're having a good
firsthand
Monday.
the chaos of Elvis's life. The constant fan harassment, Parker's controlling manipulations, but above all, he saw the isolation that came from Elvis's success. One night as they were driving together, Elvis noticed a stray dog from the window of the car, and he mentioned to Kanter how he was jealous of it. And he envied its freedom.
God.
And so with that, Kanter returned
God.
to Hollywood and poured everything
That's
he saw
bleak.
into a script that would
I
originally
wish
be
I was
titled
a stray dog
Lonesome
in the
Cowboy,
streets.
though that depressing title
But also
would
Big
quickly be
Moon
changed
somehow.
to Loving You. Loving You marked Elvis's debut in
You know what
glorious
that
colour.
reminds me of? Let's see if I can find this famous image I'm thinking of. You may be aware of this one. Okay. Give me a moment. It's a WebP, but that's fine in this day and age. Wish I was that homeless, starving stray dog over there. Elvis, probably. Yeah, but here's what I'm thinking of. Excuse me. I'm drinking a Monster for my energy. This one. Look how carefree she looks. You have no schedule. Sometimes it be that way. Yeah. Okay, back to the show.
And it was for that particular reason that he actually dyed his hair black in the first place, seeking to replicate the look of Tony Curtis. In the film, Elvis plays a character called Deke Rivers, a name that sounds fake because it's later revealed that it is. But to be honest with you, all of his character names in these movies are very dumb and sound very made up. So I'll just show them all to you now.
Ooh, I gotta take a look.
Loving You marked Elvis.
I'm sorry, I need to read all
Be
these.
changed to Loving You.
I went back
in
to
the film, Elvis plays
far.
a character called
That'll
Deke
happen with
Rivers,
long
a name
videos.
that
It's hard to
sounds fake
track
because it's
unless I
later
want to
revealed
like
that it is. But to be
skip
honest with
frame
you,
it.
all of his character names in these movies are very dumb and sound very made up. So I'll just show them all to you now.
Okay, we got Clint Reno, Deke Rivers. Which one is it? Yeah, that's the key. Vince Everett. That looks kind of like a name. Danny Fisher, Tulsa McLean. That one. Pacer Burton. That one kind of goes hard. Glenn Tyler, kind of boring. Chad Gates, kind of funny. Toby Quimper. Okay, now it's starting to sound like Steve McDykel and Mike Truck shit. Walter Gulick, Ross Carpenter. That one's boring too. Mike Edwards, Mike Windgram. What? Josh Morgan, Lucky Jackson, Charlie Rogers, Rusty Wells, Lonnie Beal, Johnny Tyrone, and just Johnny. Rick Richards, Mike McCoy, Ted Jackson, Guy Lambert, Scott Hayward, Joe Lightcloud. It's like if they wrote fan fiction in the 50s, that would be your Gary Stu. Steve Grayson, Greg Nolan, Jess Wade, Walter Hale, and Dr. John Carpenter. John Carpenter made an Elvis movie, which is funny. Not a movie with Elvis, a biopic. I think Kurt Russell played Elvis. I haven't watched it because it's a TV movie. It's not that well known compared to other movies he's made.
Great. Loving You is as autobiographical as it was intended to be.
Joe
like the real
Lightcloud
Elvis,
versus
Deke is a truck
Luke
driver with a hidden
Skywalker, who
talent of
wins?
being a rock and roll star. And just like Elvis, he's discovered
both
by a
dead.
manager with a hidden talent for manipulating those around her, who signs him into a contract where she's entitled to 50% of his earnings. Parker was essentially hiding the financial abuse of Elvis in plain sight, shrouding it in the facade that this movie's ending creates, where Elvis and his manager make up. The meta quality of this film runs deep.
That guy
Many
looked
of his
like Colin
bandmates play
Firth.
themselves, and in the final scene you can even see Elvis's mother in the audience, An inclusion
Oh.
that meant Elvis
Mama.
would never watch this film
Oh,
again
mama.
after her death. However, the autobiographical story wasn't just to make up for Elvis's shortcomings as an actor, it was part of a concerted effort to ameliorate his image in the public eye. The whole story of this movie is designed to show Elvis's character, and by association Elvis himself, as misunderstood and worthy of sympathy. It shows the struggles of being Elvis Presley, and that all the unruly disorder purportedly caused by his performances are actually all due to publicity.
It's like the
stunts.
inverse
What
of A
began
Hard
as
Day's
arguably
Night,
a
where it's
genuine
like
attempt by
lightly
someone
ribbing
to
it.
empathize with the real issues in Elvis's life becomes a targeted message to every parent that was nervous about sending their kid to go see the new Elvis movie, that he's harmless and you should give us your money. But once again, critics
Yeah,
saw through
give
this
us your
facade
money.
quite easily and now respected Elvis even less as worthy of a screen credit. However, what Loving You did do was that it marked the first of many times that Elvis Presley changed cinema. Because whilst Love Me Tender made a huge sensation on its opening weekend, it tapered off pretty severely in its subsequent weeks. And that's
Oh,
because most
just
of
like
Elvis's
every
audience
movie
were
today.
teenagers in the suburbs, not the older couples who were more prone to frequent the big movie palaces where new releases were exclusively shown.
End of
So
the
with Loving
sixth
You,
happiness.
Paramount bypassed the usual system and allowed the film to be shown in any sub-run theatre across America from day one.
Oh.
And with that, the Presley pattern of film distribution was born. Fans rushed in their droves to see this film, some many times in one day, and thus this film made a shit ton of money. It was this movie's success that officially greenlit the other 6 movies in Wallace's original deal, and with that, Elvis's movie career was secured. But it
Playing
came
to
at
the
a cost.
audience.
It was now more or less a hidden term of his contract that the image that they had fought so hard to protect in Loving You had to remain somewhat intact, and this neutered Elvis in the creative choices that he could make. It would lead him to turn down roles that later went to Paul Newman
Typecast.
in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof and Tony Curtis
Damn.
in The Defiant Ones. And the sin
Damn.
of both these projects was merely that they required him to play genuinely flawed characters who were in movies that
Damn, he was almost in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. He was almost in a Paul Newman role. Jesus.
dealt with serious topics. Sometime later, Elvis would be offered a role in the film musical Bye Bye Birdie, but he turned it down, saying that he didn't want to star in a parody of his own life. Little did he know, he essentially already had, and would be doomed to repeat it for the best part of the decade.
Oh, no.
However, we are still in phase 1 of the ECU, and in this nascent period, Wallace and Parker hadn't yet perfected the formula of the Elvis film. So Elvis was allowed to experiment with slightly different types of roles. As most critics had seen through the fuzzy image that Loving You had tried to present, with the
Teddy
next
bear.
film they went rougher, they went tougher. They went to prison.
Yeah! I'm
The trailer
going to
for Jailhouse
jail!
Rock instantly lets you know what this movie's aim was. This is an Elvis Presley that you've never seen before. Everyone knows
Elvis
the
is gonna
iconic number
punch
from this
guys.
movie, but what you might not know is why Elvis's character is in prison. Because it's manslaughter.
Do you think this movie, if video games had been invented earlier,
In the first
would have
5 minutes,
influenced
Elvis
the whole
inadvertently
run of
kills a man
beat 'em
with his
ups?
bare hands, which lands him
He'd
in
be
jail,
playing as a
where he
bunch
endures
of
physical labor,
Elvis
flogging,
derived
and the worst
characters
haircut I've ever seen
beating
on a
up
person.
people in a
Elvis
prison.
finally got his chance to take on a James Dean-esque role in Jailhouse Rock, but it ends up feeling more like a weak imitation rather than a genuine performance.
I need tactics, honey. It's just the beast in me.
Elvis was quoted as saying that what he learned most from actors like James Dean was
Well,
to
if Michael
smile as
Jackson
least
could
as
get one,
possible.
why not
He
Elvis?
said you can't
That's
be a
right,
rebel if you
Moonwalker.
smile. And this, of course, resulted in Elvis just doing one facial expression,
Which
is
I've
really
seen
just the
people
face someone makes
stream,
when they're
and
trying
I'm
not
still
to
not
look like
sure
they're
if I
thinking
would
of their next
consider
line.
that a
But it's
game.
not just his performance that feels inauthentic. The whole movie reveals its hollow soul when halfway through it just switches back to being essentially Loving You Part 2. Right down to
Where did
Elvis
you-
appearing
you
in a
just
Sun
had that
Studio
guitar?
lookalike with an entourage that looks much like his own. He even signs away 50% of his earnings again. What starts as a gritty youth rebel story regresses into a Hollywood movie about Elvis losing his voice, which of course doesn't happen because that would be too sad. This was the
Yes.
permanent obstacle of Elvis's
Wow.
film projects, is that they could never take risks or fully escape
Fucking
the constraints
rickotch
of
them.
being Elvis movies. Of course, it's not all bad. Because of this, we do get the iconic song Jailhouse Rock, a song that was written by writers Leiber and Stoller in a single afternoon. However, I do
I
want
know
to take a moment
Jailhouse
here
Rock.
to actually credit Elvis. The main
Something,
reason why this
something,
scene works as well as it does
something,
is because Elvis didn't do the
something,
choreography he was
something,
originally
something.
intended to do.
Okay, I guess I
Instead,
don't know that
opting to
song that well.
collaborate with choreographer Alex Romero to inject his own natural movements into the performance. It's why, ironically, in a big musical number surrounded by a fake set and props, we get the most raw and authentic performance from Elvis that we had gotten thus far. And whilst Elvis was critical of his performance in the movie, it was Jailhouse Rock that took the world by storm, becoming a huge international success. Jailhouse Rock would even go on to be accepted into the Film Registry of Congress in 2004. Whilst he may have never been around to see it, Elvis's wish
they got a lot
did
of
kind
movies
of come
in there.
true in that if even only for 3 minutes, he produced an iconic piece of American cinema. On top of being
Movies
great
in
though,
the
the song, of course,
Library
made
of
a great addition
Congress.
to the film's soundtrack. Which single has by far the greatest cover for any Elvis record? I would fight anyone.
Soy
The EP
jackin'.
for Jailhouse Rock remained at number 1 on the Billboard chart for 28 weeks, and with that, Colonel Parker
All right.
started to see a burgeoning business.
National
With the
Film
huge
Registry
success
listing.
of Jailhouse Rock, I think they decided that they should take another shot at a similar type of role.
Let's see,
but this time it
anything
would result in
really
arguably
weird
the
here?
greatest film that Elvis would ever make.
Freedom Riders.
It seemed like the stars were
King Creole, I watched that. That's actually a decent, legit movie.
aligning for Elvis on King Creole.
It-
was to
it's
be
maybe
helmed
the
by
only
Michael
decent
Curtis, who
Elvis
directed
movie.
Casablanca. Elvis got to act against legends
They play
like Walter
Creole.
Matthau, and he would be taking on a role that was originally intended for James Dean. King Creole is often credited as being the anti-Elvis movie, and it's true that
They have Spy Kids in the National Film Registry. They have Spy Kids and they have Spike Lee movies. It's a little chaotic, this list I'm looking at.
a lot of the stuff that was missing in Jailhouse Rock is found in this film. It's actually shot.
You think
on
James
location,
Dean
the
would have
number of
liked
songs are
Elvis?
restrained and they're all meaningful to the story. But above all, this movie
I don't know.
actually
Maybe he
has
would have
a
seen him
genuine
as a
seediness
wannabe.
and moral
I don't
ambiguity
really
that
know
backs
what
up
James
Elvis's
Dean
brooding
was
character.
like as a
The Hays
person.
Motion
I'll be
Picture
real.
Code, which was still very much active at the time, did tone down a lot of the racier aspect of the script. But in King Creole, perhaps for one of the only times
They
in
have
his
Clerks.
entire career,
They
he
have
gives
Clerks
a
in
good
there. And
performance
Shrek.
in a genuinely complex and interesting role. Whilst he still does his similar tough guy shtick, it is balanced with these moments of vulnerability and weakness that add the kind of nuance that actually made James Dean's characters so compelling. A key moment in this film comes when
National
Elvis's
Registry
character
all
is
over the
watching on
place.
helplessly as his father is abused and humiliated by his boss. And his performance here is great in its own right, but it takes on a whole new depth when you take into account Elvis's real relationship with his actual father. A relationship that was undoubtedly loving, but in some ways dysfunctional. Whilst Vernon Presley supported
there's no
Elvis
way
throughout his
Elvis had
career,
a
he was ultimately powerless
normal
when it came
ass
to protecting his son
childhood.
from the obvious abuses that were taking place.
Colonel Parker
Oh, wait, actually.
is an honest man. Once you find out, you don't have to worry about a guy being your manager, what he's going to do for you. He handles it, you do the show, and everything works well.
It was Colonel Parker who arguably held the more typically paternal relationship. He would make decisions in Elvis's stead, and whenever Elvis tried
Maybe I
to stand
should
up
watch
to him,
that
he would
Elvis
simply make
movie.
him feel ungrateful for everything
Called
that he'd given
Elvis.
him. And on the one occasion that Vernon tried to reprimand
say it's
Elvis
good.
for his reckless spending, Elvis simply reasserted the fact that it was his money, having financially provided for his family since he was 19 years old. King Creole isn't based on Elvis's life like the last two were, but it is coincidentally a story of a young man trying to navigate life and reach his potential without falling victim to the corruption of those around him. The ending leaves his character not having won the girl or even having beaten his demons, but simply surviving in a harsh world. King Creole
Yeah,
would
it's like a
remain
movie
Elvis's favorite
with a
movie that he
story.
ever did, and it would be the same for many audiences. With King Creole, he finally enjoyed critical and commercial success. He was even lauded for his acting by the New York Times. However, all of that momentum was quickly interrupted by the arrival of a draft notice in 1957. And from here on in,
Oopsie-doopsie.
nothing would be the same.
Wait, yeah, it was the Korean War, right?
Elvis's service in the army is a well-known part of his story, and it's a sharp contrast to other icons of that era who refused military service to the immediate detriment of their
The King.
careers. Elvis had been
Muhammad
offered a deal
Ali.
where he could perform special services for the army, which basically meant doing 6 weeks basic training, doing some performances for the troops, and then being able to resume life as normal. But Parker convinced Elvis that not getting special treatment was vital to protecting his future interests in show business. However, the real reason that Parker didn't take the deal wasn't solely out of concern for Elvis's image, but because all the money from those performances would have gone to the US government and not him. So instead, Elvis ended up serving a full 2-year stint in the army, which would be a huge turning point in his life, and it's vital to understanding why he would take the creative decisions he did in the next decade. Right before shipping out, Elvis's mother died, which utterly devastated him, and while stationed in Germany,
Not having a good time.
his loneliness and anxiety around his career would become crippling, living in constant fear of the idea that people might forget about him. And so to deal with all that stress, he would start using the amphetamines that would eventually kill him, and he would begin a close emotional relationship with a then 14-year-old Priscilla.
Oh yeah! Yeah! I often forget. I forget. Yikes! And on that note, we're about to hit the ad break. I'm sorry. We'll be right back. I'll play some music for y'all. See you in a few. Disavow. Maybe not that one. Okay, back to this disaster.
You. Meanwhile, back home, Colonel Parker was already prepping his comeback, re-releasing old songs and movies in his absence. However, these re-releases made fractions of their original profits, and they realized they needed to give audiences new Elvis,
typical.
one that they'd never seen before. So once again, writers drew on his life to inspire not just a new story, but a whole new kind of film.
This is GI Blues.
GI Blues presented a new and reinvented Elvis to the public, and not particularly for the better. This is an Elvis with the rough edges sanded down, and it presents essentially a movie version of what he got up to over the past 2 years. His character even serves in the same tank division as Elvis did in real life.
It's gotta be
this
crazy.
movie is, of course, propaganda, not just
It's gotta be crazy. You like go to war, probably see some fucked up shit. Not if not like in combat, then just going through boot camp and the, you know, dehumanizing aspects of that, and then you come back and it's like, hey, let's make a nice vibesy cozy movie about your harrowing experiences
for Elvis, but of course the military. It is a late entry in the genre of post-war musicals that sought to deal with the horrendous trauma of the Second World War by making being in the military look like a fucking gas. So in this version, there's a lot less depression and drug abuse, and a lot
the
more
Navy's just
banter
about
with
having
the boys in the barracks. GI Blues is
I was gonna say the Navy's just about having gay sex, right? And then that was the next shot.
a very important Elvis movie, because it is the first one that features the character that he would go on to play for the majority of his career. The Elvis in GI Blues is a ladies' man with a great voice who likes to get up to mischief. He's a naughty boy, but he's not too naughty. He's like a
Naughty
himbo
boy.
that you'd bring home to your parents. Gone is the troubled and sex-crazed youth. Cometh the man of the puppet show and the extended slapstick sequences with babies. As the New York Times wrote in a subtly scathing review, Elvis is now a rock and roll singer with honey in his veins rather than blood. It's intentionally hard to discern between this character
That's a roast.
and the real Elvis, and that subtle difference is hinted at in a scene where it is revealed that Elvis Presley exists in this universe, which
What
is meant
the
to be a
hell?
fun little Easter egg, but it broke my brain. What defines this new type of Elvis movie
Elvis exists in the Elvis movie, so this is a different Elvis who is not Elvis, but at the same time is Elvis, who's experiencing the things that Elvis apparently did, but Elvis is a different it's strange.
is that it no longer exists to tell a story or create interesting characters, but exists purely as a vehicle to sell Elvis. But what's fascinating
What's
about
reality?
that is that selling Elvis is essentially selling sex. The
Elvis
only people
Hog
going
Day,
to see
don't
these movies,
ever
and
say
the only
that
ones
phrase
getting
to
any
me
enjoyment
again.
out of them were horny young guys and girls who wanted to fuck Elvis. However, because it was a time of such huge conservatism in mainstream movies, they have to exist in this sort of liminal space where all the plots are
Liminal
subliminally
space.
about sex, but they are totally unable to acknowledge its existence. Thus,
Yeah,
this movie
that was
ends
a
up in the
wild-
genre of what
That was a wild period for movies, like the 50s, early 60s, before they like broke out of it. There's a lot of movies you watch from that era that are about explicitly things like, you know, homosexuality, and they can't say that a character's gay, so they gotta like do a wink wink nudge nudge kind of dealio so that it's like some people will understand it, but we can't say they're gay. And, you know, I mean, that goes for any kind of sexuality. Have I shared the Lego Battle of Waterloo? No, you have not.
I like to call corny horny. The way that the male characters
Corny
talk
horny.
about women in this film just makes them seem like they're all like
I am
deeply
corn
closeted gay
hornio.
men pretending to be straight.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hey fellas, come on, take a look. Wow, wow, wow. Oh yeah.
Wow, wow, wow.
But in the end, though, GI Blues
Look at those
was a huge
gams.
hit. Elvis needn't have worried that people weren't going to remember him. What he should have worried about was how. But it wasn't just the film that made big profits. A huge portion of the revenue came from the film's soundtrack.
Like, did
and
we
it was
already
with the
react
success
to
of
it?
that
I
album that Colonel
haven't,
Parker perfected
gotten
the
there.
Elvis movie business model.
I'm
where
watching this because Tyrant posted it a ways back, and I think I kept putting it off because it was long.
film and its soundtrack essentially existed
you know,
to promote
I am
the
now
album. So if you're
reaping
wondering
what
why
has
the
been
songs in
sowed.
these movies suddenly get terrible,
I'll get around to it, though.
it's because Parker demanded that all the songs be written by writers who
Wondering
were
if I
already
even
on contract
posted it.
under the publishing company.
I don't
that he
know.
had
You could
financial stake.
post it again.
And whilst this model was hugely lucrative for both Parker and Elvis, it put
In the
huge
past, I mean,
limitations
I
on
don't
his
think you
career. It
have.
essentially cut out collaborators like Lieber and Stoller, and it is why Elvis would later have to turn down projects like West Side Story because
Oh,
Stephen
no.
Sondheim couldn't be getting any money. The success of GI Blues was hollow for Elvis, who knew
Damn.
it was terrible. However, before he was subjected to essentially making this exact type of movie over and over again, he had a couple more shots at serious roles with different studios, beginning with one of the most underappreciated films in his entire canon.
Flaming star, don't shine on me, flaming star.
Flaming Star isn't just exceptional for Elvis movies, but for American Western cinema as a whole, in that it is an old-fashioned Western that tackles racism and the subjugation of Native Americans in a pretty effective way. Whilst Elvis did reportedly have very distant relations to a Cherokee native, his casting as a mixed native character here obviously hasn't aged well. However, viewed within the context of its time,
A lot
Flaming
of
Star was an
casting
extremely daring
from
film,
this era
if not
has
for featuring
not
a mixed race
aged
couple
well.
and native lead, but for having them actually be written with agency. Purely for it having an anti-segregation message, this film even got banned in South Africa and certain
Damn.
British colonial
Oh.
territories. For his involvement
Well, I've
in the
never
film,
met a
Elvis
nice
was
South
inducted
African.
into the LA Indian Tribal Council, a decision they would come to deeply regret in a couple
Oh.
years. We'll get to it. After the
Oh,
one and
no.
only song, the movie opens on Elvis'
Oh, no.
character, Pacer Burton, whose family is being threatened by white
Pacer
racists in
Burton.
the wake of a nearby raid by a native tribe. The movie then follows Pacer as he's forced to choose between swearing allegiance to the racists or
That name
standing up
kinda
for his
goes
heritage
hard,
at
like
the
I
cost
said.
of endangering his family.
It's
But in
very
addition
goofy,
to
though.
its racial commentary, Flaming Star is essentially a film about broken identity, about someone who's being forced to choose between two separate versions of
Okay, it's
themselves.
posted
It was
now?
an image
Cool.
from Flaming Star that would go on to inspire the iconic Andy Warhol paintings of multiple Elvises. By this stage
Ah.
of his life, Elvis had cycled through various
I don't have any
identities.
strong
The rock
thoughts on
star,
Andy
young
Warhol. He
rebel,
produced
the
some
nice guy
banger
movie star,
albums,
the
so-
serious actor. All of these were refracted through a single
He's
young
important,
man
I
in a
guess.
matter of years, one who was arguably still trying to figure out who he was. And I think Flaming Star, more than anything, marks Elvis's attempt to reaffirm who he wanted to be after catching a glimpse
Oops.
of what he was doomed to become. Whilst Flaming Star is now remembered as a bit of a cult classic, the film came out 4 weeks after GI Blues, which essentially doomed it commercially.
Uh-oh.
And whilst in his next film Elvis would get another chance at a serious role, it would be the last one he would play for the better part of a decade.
A rose grows wild in
That's
the
interesting.
country.
The director of Wild in the Country, Philip Dunn, had similar aspirations to Elvis in that he wanted to make the quote-unquote classy Elvis movie. It has a more serious tone, less songs, and they even brought on legendary American playwright Clifford Odets, who was known for
Oh,
his
damn.
socially progressive work. But I think they both learnt the hard way that that type of movie doesn't really exist. And like many
Oh,
Elvis film
no.
projects, what started as a normal movie was then radically altered after the fact so that it would fit Elvis Presley.
studios.
The story of Wild in the Country is almost like a what if about an
Oh, come
alternate
on.
universe
Don't-
Elvis.
don't remind me
set
of the
in a world
MCU.
where his talent goes undiscovered after he gets in trouble with the law.
Even though I
at an
hear
early age.
that new
However, this
movie
time
that
his
they keep
talent isn't
changing
being
the
a
name
rock and
of
roll
is pretty
star,
decent.
But instead a hidden gift for poetry that's nurtured by his social worker. His character has a long monologue talking about all the things he wished he had achieved in his life, and they are almost all things that actually happened to the real Elvis.
What are you thinking, Glenn?
About the dreams I used to have. Money. Fame. I could have bought my ma her freedom with money and fame. Many times I've seen her out in the hot sun chopping cotton. I'd have bought more away from there if I'd have had the cash.
Now, the likely reason for these sudden meta-inclusions into the story was that the studio fired Clifford Odets halfway through the writing process,
Of course
forcing
they
director
did.
Philip Dunn to essentially make up the rest. And it was for this
What
reason
the
that
hell? They didn't, like, hire someone else. They just... Oh, God.
most critics
Oh,
pilled the
God,
movie
this is a mess.
as an utterly transparent attempt by studios for them to take Elvis seriously, which it sort of was. The bottom line was that Elvis was essentially trapped by his own image, and it made any attempt he made to play a different person feel jarring when the movies kept implying the opposite. Whilst his performance in Flaming Star had gained him some critical notoriety, both films flopped financially, and with no soundtracks to back them up, Wild in the Country became the first and only Elvis film to make a loss at the box office. So after 2 consecutive failures, Elvis's team decided they had to mitigate risk and go back to what had worked so well before, which was GI Blues. And thus we cue arguably the most influential Elvis film.
Many
of all
such
time.
cases.
Blue Hawaii is
GI
arguably
Blue,
the most important
Hawaii.
film Elvis ever did because it is where the Elvis movie formula was born. Alan Weiss, who would go on to write 5 other Elvis movies, originally had written a more complicated plot for Blue Hawaii, with Elvis's characters a more bitter
That Angela
loner type,
Lansbury?
but that was quickly vetoed
That is
by
Angela
Hal Wallace.
Lansbury.
After the
Damn.
trial and error of the past few years, Wallace now had specific guidelines for an Elvis movie that he knew would guarantee financial success, It mandated that Elvis be Elvis, and that the story only exist as a means to a few specific ends, which were enough songs to fill an album, plenty of girls, and some punching to keep Elvis entertained. And that is exactly
it's got a little
what Blue
punching.
Hawaii
That's
does.
all right.
It's not a film, it's an iteration of a formula. The story of Blue Hawaii involves Elvis's character returning from duty to his home of Hawaii, where he is intended to inherit his family's pineapple business, though what he really wants to do is start his own tourist company with the girl he likes.
Doc's gonna go to work for the Great Southern Hawaiian Fruit Company.
Now you might wonder, with a
that's
plot
a
that
great
thin, how do
narrative.
they find excuses to justify having 14 songs on the album? The answer is
That's a lot.
they don't. Aside from this movie inexplicably featuring one of the most iconic love ballads of all time,
Wise men say.
we've also got songs about sliding sand and how much a man eats.
Ito is an eating boy.
And whilst most
the
people
fuck?
write off a film like Blue Hawaii as
Feeder
harmless
song.
fun, if you look deeper, there's a lot of darkness bubbling under the surface here. Aside from the indigenous voyeurism and general racism, for a movie that was written to be as inoffensive as possible, there is an entire plot strand dedicated to Elvis rebuffing the advances of a 17-year-old girl. A subplot that is so ridiculously loaded when you realize that Priscilla, who Elvis was still dating,
Yeah.
was 16 at the time this film
Yeah.
was made. Colonel Parker had made extensive arrangements to try and keep the truth of their relationship a secret in the public eye. But once again, it seems like the creators of these movies essentially sought to hide that secret in plain sight. Now,
Look. Here we are depicting Elvis clearly not being a pedophile. The I am not a pedophile question is answered by my shirt.
the relationship between Elvis and Priscilla
That
is
says,
a whole
"I am not a
story unto
pedophile."
itself. But what I'm fascinated by is that as a result of these seemingly very calculated script inclusions, Elvis was essentially forced to act out these carefully manipulated fantasies of his real life.
This is bad.
Ooh.
We gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids. Diddle kids, it's no good diddling kids.
There's no quicker way for people to think that you are diddling kids than by writing a song about
After rejecting the young girl for the
Okay,
final
that-
time,
that's a-
she
that's-
runs
that's
off
a
in an
good
effort
use
to
of
commit
Always
suicide
Sunny.
before being saved by Elvis, who then gives her a spanking for
What?
good measure. Which leads us on to number one of a new segment that I'm going to call
thought the
Moments My
feederism
Brain
was
Snapped
it.
whilst watching the Elvis movies.
Abigail out.
You know what you need? A good old-fashioned spanking.
Maybe I do. You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I dare, wouldn't I?
Oh my good lord. Oh no. Oh, this is a bit much.
The slight contradiction of Elvis being both a nice man as well as this womanizing
fuck?
slick results
Yeah,
in weird
what
moments
the-
like these, and a general trend that we will see throughout these films of Elvis treating grown women like
was
little girls
straight up
and
written
little
like
girls
ERP.
grown women. And yet, despite all this insanity, critics did not hate this movie. Instead, Blue Hawaii actually received some measured praise as an acceptable piece of light entertainment. However, that tepid praise was in
that
its own way kind of a
seems
scathing
backhanded.
insult. It was essentially saying to Elvis that he could not aspire to any more than this, that he had found his niche outside the boundaries of real cinema. And unfortunately, audiences somewhat agreed with that, with Blue Hawaii breaking profit records for Elvis movies.
Ugh.
Hal Cantor wrote in his memoir that he noticed a change in Elvis on the set of Blue Hawaii. Whilst he was still only 26, he was no longer that hopeful young man he'd met on the set of Love Me Tender, that something in him had fundamentally changed. But before his soul could be
Jesus.
totally destroyed by the next decade of filmmaking, Elvis did have a small spell of respite when he made 2 films with another studio, United Artists. These 2 films mark the last time that Elvis would star in quote-unquote normal movies, and they often get lost in the haze of Elvis formula movies that quickly follow Blue Hawaii.
Girls,
However, they
girls,
should,
girls.
because the next film in particular is an underappreciated gem where we get to see Elvis in a totally new light.
I don't know this one at all.
More than half a decade into his film career, Follow That Dream gave Elvis the opportunity to do something that he had never done before, which was comedy. Whilst movies like G.I. Blues and Blue Hawaii have comedic elements, they're not comedies. They are their own vague genre of shit. Elvis's character here is far from the one he played
Own
in
vague
Blue Hawaii.
genre of
if
shit.
anything, his
I'm gonna
defining
use
character
that.
trait is how bad he is with women. His character is a seemingly obtuse, naive country boy who turns out to be much more capable than most people take him for. But despite quite a tropey character, Elvis gives an earnest comedic performance, and with a script written by Charles Lederer of His Girl Friday, Elvis
Oh,
gets
damn.
some genuine laughs.
His Girl Friday, kind of a banger.
I'll be doggone, your place blowed up, Nick.
But despite all that, Elvis
Okay, that's
reportedly
good.
hated his performance
good
in the film
timing.
because he thought he looked fat. Now, of course, I don't think that's true, though I will admit some of the fits in this are ridiculous. I think Elvis had internalized a shame and embarrassment after films like G.I. Blues and Blue Hawaii about how audiences viewed him, that they may think he's just as dumb and hollow as the characters he plays. I think he may have been so entrenched in the paranoia that people thought of him as a joke that he could no longer discern why people were laughing in the first place. And so in the next film, Elvis got the chance to play things a lot more straight, and of course a lot more boring.
Oh.
Kid Galahad once again finds Elvis as a serviceman on leave who's returning to his hometown of Cream Valley, a name which I
Cream
reacted to
Valley.
very maturely. The whole place has a very Twin Peaks vibe. Charles
Really?
Bronson's there for some reason. Though Elvis's special talent in this movie
I mean,
isn't singing,
the set
but rather
design,
boxing.
kind of.
Elvis's character is actually very similar to that of Follow That Dream. He is a blunt force instrument with a hidden ability. He's not the brightest, but has an unassuming kindness and intelligence. And whilst it's at least better than the male Barbie doll he was forced to play in the Formula movies, it is in its own way quite a cynical typecast for Elvis. The inherent simplicity of these characters doesn't really allow Elvis to show off much, and I think that's because I don't think people thought he was capable of much more. Kid Galahad honestly feels like you're watching a Make-A-Wish project for a sick child,
Oh,
where everyone had a
no.
whip round because Elvis has always wanted to be in a boxing movie. And unfortunately, Kid Galahad would be the last time he got to play any semblance of a character. For the next 8 years, Elvis would embark on what would be the most infamous chapter of his career. For a
Oh,
run of
no.
movies he would call the Travelogues, or what I like to call
Phase 3. Oh no. Oh no.
Between the years of 1963
Are we
and
gonna see anything worse than that spanking scene?
1968, Elvis Presley would release 3 whole movies a year. He was literally doing Marvel
Jesus!
numbers all by himself. And at this point, you may be asking, how does this happen? As much as Elvis was one of the most famous people on
Talk
Earth,
about
how does
burnout.
anyone get the blank check to make 15 movies that are all essentially the same, and how do they keep making money despite all of them being terrible? Well, a large part of that is down to the time that they were made, and specifically the death of the studio system. By the mid-1960s, the golden age of the movie business had well and truly passed. The proliferation of television meant movies now felt they had to justify themselves more. This resulted in a bunch of massive historical epics that flopped and cost the studios millions.
Cleopatra.
Movie studios were in serious
Nobody's
trouble,
ever
and many
seen
of
that
them,
movie.
Paramount included, were bailed out by major industries in the mid-1960s, which meant that, as always, their new primary goal became, above all else, making profit. And what could provide that guaranteed profit? Well, according to Hal Wallace,
That's
an
nothing
Elvis
like
picture
today.
is the only sure thing in Hollywood. Which was
Am I
actually
right?
true. One of the main reasons that audiences kept flocking to these terrible Elvis movies is because his hectic film schedule essentially barred him from performing live. So the only way that you could see
Oh.
the most famous musician on earth was by going to the movies. And whilst all of that may explain the next 8 years of Elvis movies, it really doesn't excuse it.
All right, what have we got?
Let me start by saying that this
Okay.
movie is exactly what you think it is. It is Elvis in an exotic location with fake backgrounds and
I think I watched this one too.
what sounds like a Candyman
In that,
ritual for
college
some
course
women
I
actually
mentioned.
becomes a pretty accurate
Because they had to
description
show one of the
movie that
really
follows
bad
Elvis
ones.
chasing all the girls he can find, except the one Asian one who he screams at.
Sir,
Oh.
I wonder if you could tell me.
Whoa, what? What the fuck? What? Why? What was she doing?
This movie, of course, continues.
Why
the
was
trend of
that? Why was that the musical Sting? Is it just me or did that sound vaguely iffy?
treating indigenous people like their background dressing, whilst desperately trying to make overt racism seem adorable. The actual
Ugh.
plot revolves around Elvis trying to buy a boat off a guy who doesn't want to sell it to him, but it's more or less a metaphor for the women that they're fighting over because women are objects. But don't get me wrong, this movie isn't about anything. That storyline
Hollywood
is
has
merely
gone
there
through
to create
ebbs
the
and
illusion
flows.
of it being a real movie. Now, you may be wondering, like I did at this point, With all these films being
Let's bring
so
back the
similar,
tone. I'm
could
not
this
gonna
be
say
the same
that.
Elvis character in each one? I mean, do they all exist in the same universe? Despite them all having different character names, there are small references here and there. Like in this film, there is a reference to his character at one point being in New Orleans, which made me wonder, hey, could this be the same Elvis from King
Nolans.
Creole? What if it goes
No.
even deeper than that? What if all the Elvises are like descended from the one that died in Love Me Tender? However, then we do get moments like
Elvis
this where you
Force
can
Ghost.
see a Blue Hawaii poster in the background of a scene, which means that movie does exist in the universe. So at the risk of my head exploding,
Jesus.
I'll drop the idea here. I'm
These movies, if you're a lore head and you watch these movies, holy shit, this is probably gonna drive you into absolute insanity.
confirming it. It's not canon, folks. Stop the presses. Another important thing to note is that Elvis, by this point,
Elvis
has gained
Cinematic
more
Universe
confidence on
explained
screen.
in
No longer
26
sends
hours.
Any nerves, or like he's trying too hard, but that may be because he wasn't trying at all anymore. In their reviews, many critics lamented the fact that Elvis was seemingly stuck playing himself, but the fact that they failed to
Jay?
distinguish between who he was in real life and this male Barbie image that he portrayed must have had some effect on Elvis's self-image. Nevertheless, Elvis still held out hope that he didn't have
Hi,
to do these
Commodore.
movies
I came to
forever,
laugh
that they
at
could
you.
merely be stepping stones.
Hi,
to doing
Commodore.
more
We're
serious
learning the
acting work
bleak
in
history of
better
Elvis movies.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll get his dignity back in the next one.
If you think so, but that's a coward's way
Thank
out.
you for
Come on,
head pat.
Shirley?
It Happened at the World's Fair is essentially an exercise in free production value. When the governor
do
of
I
Washington
know
at the
this
time
movie? It
suggested
sounds
to
familiar.
MGM executives that they shoot a movie at the upcoming Seattle World's Fair, they all thought, yeah, sure, let's send Elvis. So with his pet chimp Scatter in tow, Elvis was off
Oh yeah, he had a chimp. Elvis was the Pecora of his day.
to shoot on location at the World's Fair. Apart from being a great filmed archive of this historic event, the movie is a pretty typical Elvis outing that follows him, you know, bothering a woman until she falls in love with him. Though we do get a ridiculously meta moment, this time in the form of a young
Space
Kurt
Needle is
Russell
built
who
for
kicks
that.
Elvis in
Maybe
the shin,
that's
who would of course
what
later
I.
go on to play
maybe
him
that's
in the
how I
TV
know
movie.
that
That's not the
movie
last
title.
connection we have to that thing. Just wait. We also get
Wait,
a song
what?
about the joys
What are you
of going
talking
to
about?
the fair movie. That's not the last
Oh,
connection
wait a
we have to
minute.
that thing.
Wait a
Just
minute.
wait.
Wait
We
a
also
minute.
get
Wait a
song
minute.
Time in the form
Is he talking
of
about the
a
John
young Kurt
Carpenter
Russell who
movie?
kicks Elvis in the shin, who would of course later go on to play him in the TV movie. That's not the last connection we have to that thing. Just wait.
Well, apparently one of the character names was Dr. John Carpenter, so I'm guessing that's what you're talking about.
We also get a song about the
friend.
joys of going to the fair, where I really don't
I mean
think
the fair,
Elvis
not the
enunciates word
movie,
peanuts
obviously.
enough.
Well, I don't mean literally the movie.
But
Or do
apart
I?
from that, this movie is essentially void of anything
Stuff I didn't
interesting.
know until I
mean,
moved here.
What did you expect from a movie that was pitched by a mayor? Now, you may think, hey, have they just taken suggestions from
Powerpuff
random
Girls.
mayors?
Tom
Where
Kenny.
else did they get their ideas for these movies from? I mean, at this stage, are they just throwing a dart on a map and making a movie wherever it lands?
Probably.
Acapulco, sleeping
Yep.
in the bay.
Elvis Lives
After
is one of my
reading about
favorite
the
boomer
Mexican
tropes in
coastal
media.
town in a
I
travel
still
magazine,
need to watch
Hal
Bubba
Wallace said,
Hotep.
hey, that works, let's do one there. And thus,
It's been on my
Fun in
list since I was a
Acapulco
kid, and
was born.
somehow I've
This is,
never
of course,
seen
why
Bubba
these movies
Hotep.
were dubbed the travelogues by Elvis.
That's
They all
crazy
follow
that I
him
haven't
going to
seen
different
Bubba
countries
Hotep.
and doing a typical job of integrating with the culture. Now, as many people know, in real life, Elvis barely traveled outside the United States due to Parker's tenuous immigration status. But what you may not know is the very insane reason that Elvis never traveled to Mexico in particular. Because Mexico was one of the few places in the whole world where Elvis's popularity amongst young people was actually quite controversial. This was after a gossip
Really?
newspaper printed a false interview with Elvis in 1957 that said he would, quote, rather kiss 3 African American girls than 1 Mexican one, and
Everything's the same. This is the kind of shit AI be making.
of course, all hell broke loose. There were riots at many of his film screenings, people were burning his records in the streets, and Elvis became an official persona non grata in Mexico.
Yeah, I
Years
guess
later,
they
however, it would be discovered
made
that
up
the
a
interview
story.
was actually falsely planted by a scorned public official
Straight
who was
up
refused when he
Facebook
asked if
AI
Elvis would play
fake
his
news
daughter's
shit.
birthday party. This is all a very roundabout way of explaining that the exterior shots in Mexico were shot with a stunt double. Fun in Acapulco has the same narrative parallels to Elvis's real life, this time in the form of a child manager who also somehow ribs him for 50% of his earnings.
National Enquirer.
See, only half.
That's kind of high for an agent's commission.
Oh no.
We've also
Oh,
got some
no.
more rejecting of the advances of a young girl. However, what Fun in Acapulco has that is totally
We
unique
don't
to it
diddle kiss.
is one of the wildest plot twists in any Elvis movie that honestly makes it worth a watch. It is set
What?
up throughout the movie that Elvis's character has a fear of heights, which is then paid off in the most magnificent way in a flashback where it is revealed that Elvis was a trapeze artist
What?
who caused the death of his brother. I'm going to start doing a
What?
kill count for Elvis because I think he's responsible for like 3 deaths at this point. The point I'm trying to make is that these movies can be quite fun in small doses, especially here in Bossa Nova Baby, which is genuinely one of the best numbers in his entire film career. In a stark contrast to his other attempts to integrate
It's
with another
dark.
culture's music, his energy and flamboyance here actually somewhat fits the
Has
tone
got to
and
watch
brings
Elvis
something to
movies.
the music. However,
To watch
for all
King
the
Creole.
escapist fun
It's a
that these
pretty-
movies
it's a
were
pretty
providing,
decent little
the
film
world
noir.
was quickly changing around them. JFK was assassinated a week before this film was released, and it would be
Rip.
the last film to come out before the Beatles arrived in America. And so with all of that happening, how did Elvis and his team react? Well, they went and made
Cousins.
Oh no! It gets worse.
Kissing Cousins is one of the main frontrunners for the worst movie that Elvis ever made, and it's clear to see why. The title is,
Oh,
of course,
no.
insane, but ironically, it's actually fitting, because this whole movie is literally
no.
about Elvis trying to fuck his cousins.
Disavow.
The mastermind behind this movie was a producer called Sam Katzman, who was known as the king of the quickies in Hollywood.
Which one? Is it this guy or this guy? I believe either one, for different reasons.
For his, shall we say, efficient way of working. He was the man behind such classics as Hoot Nanny Hoot and Jungle Moon Men. Basically, low-budget B-movies that...
I only know of the Giant Claw, and I know of that entirely via Angry Video Game Nerd Cinemassacre. I don't know these.
somehow always guaranteed profit. Elvis is once again a military man, this time tasked with getting
Saw
a
the Giant
mountain
Claw,
dwelling
it was
family
good.
to
I'd
relinquish
watch
their
it.
land so that the government can build
I like
missile
a
base.
janky
In his way are a stubborn
proto-kaiju
father,
movie.
an army of horny women who swarm any man they see, and his evil twin cousin, played by
What?
himself.
What?
Kissing Cousins was
What?
completed in a relinquish their land
Wait,
so that
what?
the government can build a missile base. In his way are a stubborn father,
Wait, a missile
an
base?
army of horny women who swarm any man they see, and his evil twin cousin, played by him.
It's Twisted Pair. It's Twisted Pair. Who am I? What am I? I like Ray Harryhausen style monster films. There are too many kaiju movies. I mean, I like both.
Himself. Kissing Cousins was completed in a record time of 18 days, and you can see that fact everywhere. The set looks like something out of a kid's TV show, and watching this movie barely try to conceal a body double in the scene with Elvis's twin cousin is just
That doesn't
sublime.
look
Now, I'm not
anything
going to
like
argue
him.
that this movie has some secret meta symbolism about Elvis's real life, but the meta quality of this film has nothing to do with
Did you
him.
all ever
It's
finish
fully
the
meta.
Breen films? I think we watched all of them except for what was it? Cade the Twisted Crossing. I think that's what it's called. I gotta track that one down one of these days. It's very dry in the middle. It begins and ends wonderfully, though.
In and of itself, in the fact that it fully embraces its artifice. And that's not in like a clever 8.5 way. They just stop trying to convince you
8.5. I got that reference. 8.5 is a banger.
they're a real movie because they knew audiences would pay for anything Elvis. But regardless of that, the meager commercial return on Kissing Cousins showed that the Elvis cash cow wasn't gonna last forever. If they were gonna last, Elvis movies needed a shot in the arm. And thankfully, they finally got one.
Oh, okay. We all know this one.
Right after hitting arguably rock bottom with Kissing Cousins, in Viva Las Vegas, they somehow stumbled on what seems like the platonic ideal of an Elvis movie. It would end up being the highest
Start a
grossing
fat
movie of his
Elvis.
entire career, and it even made more money than Hard Day's Night, which was released the same year. Which is
Damn.
weird, because initially it doesn't look very different. It's a basic story about Elvis as a
Viva
mechanic turned race driver
Las Vegas.
who's trying to win the big race.
Yeah,
and the heart
Speed
of a pretty
Racer.
Girl.
This
Well, it's
movie
because
inspired
this time,
Speed Racer.
The girl is Anne Margaret, who for the first and only time in his entire film career steals the entire movie from Elvis Presley. So much so, Colonel Parker literally forced the studio to drop some of her duet numbers as well as
He looks like Wojak. This is straight up a Wojak right here.
reduce the number of her close-ups because he was afraid that she would get top billing in some theatres. Whilst in the past, Elvis got to play alongside a range of established actors, at this stage in his career, Parker essentially mandated that he be the sole star of all of his movies. And whilst Elvis did have a lot of charisma, it could only get him so far when he was pretty much doing the same shit in every movie. But here, Anne Margaret doesn't just give someone for Elvis to bounce off of, she acts as a perfect foil to his smooth, womanizing character. Coincidentally, Viva Las Vegas is one of the only Elvis movies to be written by a woman. Now, it's not some secret feminist movie, but it's nevertheless powerful to watch.
Ever see Rockadoodle? I was talking about Rockadoodle.
You can actually feel
I love
him trying to
Rockadoodle.
match her
It's
energy,
fucking
like,
terrible.
In some cases, a bit too much.
But it's
A quick side
fascinating
fact as
because
well,
it's
that it was
almost a
Elvis's
normal
racing outfit
movie.
in this film that would go
But
on
it
to inspire
doesn't
Speed
quite
Racer. And
gel.
I think if I ever
Speed
met
Racer
Elvis
mentioned.
in real life, I would ask him what his favorite anime was. Just see what he said. But the whole reason that this movie
What's
works
anime?
is because of their chemistry, which feels utterly authentic. Which is, of course, because it was. It's been said that Elvis dated all of his co-stars, but Elvis's friend Sonny West said that Elvis was happiest
the
when
guy
he was
who
shooting
played
Viva Las Vegas.
the
Anne
graybeard
Margaret
guy
was literally
in
called the
Skyrim.
female Elvis,
That's
and I think
what
for one of
Christopher
the few
Plummer's
times in
best
his
known
entire
for,
life,
right?
Elvis had found someone that didn't just make him better at his job, but made him feel slightly less alone. But enough about all that. Let's get back to the goofy shit, shall we?
Oh, I got wheels on my heels.
Rip.
I'm just a roustabout.
In Roustabout,
Roustabout.
Elvis is once
JoJo
again a rough and
reference?
tumble rebel with a chip on his shoulder. He's also 29 years old at this point.
Come on.
No, that's karate.
But the fact that Parker and Wallace thought that
No,
Elvis
that's
could
karate.
pull off this role at his age is emblematic of the sort of perpetual youth that they tried to keep Elvis in. Elvis was essentially having to live up to
Damn,
the
he's
same
playing the
image
Jimmy
that they'd
Page
first
double
created for
guitar.
him when he was in his early 20s. And that expectation led to pressure from Wallace and even some critics to essentially look the same, which of course led him to up his amphetamine use and go on even more crash diets. Doing so many of these movies for Elvis wasn't just exhausting, it almost became a form of self-abuse. Roustabout features yet another
Oh my God.
Parker-esque character, this time more explicitly as a scheming carny, but I think Parker tolerated this because he actually had a bit of an agenda with this film's setting. He reportedly wanted to show the joys of carnival life, and this film is all about Elvis's character finding a community there. But it also plays another way in that the ending of this
Pro-carny
film, Elvis
propaganda.
becomes a carnival barker. His talent is attracting people to hollow attractions and sideshows.
Jesus Christ.
To make things
Meta.
worse, in the same year, Hal Wallace won a Golden Globe for another film he had produced, the 1964 drama Beckett. And when
Beckett.
asked in an interview about his involvement in Elvis movies,
I'm
he wrote
kind
them
of
off
aware
as
of that
being
one.
cash cows in order to fund his
Peter
artistic
O'Toole.
ventures. Even Colonel Parker said
Forget who
something
that other
similar
guy
to the
is.
Los Angeles Times, saying that the Elvis movies weren't going to win any Academy Awards, and all they were good for was making money. Elvis felt genuinely betrayed, which you might call naive at this point, but I think deep down he still
Elvis
believed in
movies.
the
Interesting
idea
video
that
today.
those around
Hi,
him
Uncle
wanted the
Bandit.
best for him.
Mostly
One day
this
they
is
weren't gonna
really
make a great
depressing
film
and
together.
dark.
Despite Roustabout
Surprisingly.
being the
How are
third
you doing?
Elvis movie of that year and not having a single recognizable song on its
Let's play
soundtrack, the album still
Hamtaro, A
inexplicably
Rainbow
went
Rescue.
to number one.
I
Elvis had
hope you
become trapped by
100%
the
of it.
power of his own celebrity, and I think he found out the hard way that the only thing worse than failure is a persistent success.
You know, speaking of Hamtaro, there's that one clip from that one hamster anime, and I keep freaking like Mandela affecting myself into thinking that's Hamtaro. You know, the clip of the hamster getting a call from a pervert. It's not Hamtaro. It's some other show that the name eludes me that is not meant for children. But for a long time, I thought that was Hamtaro.
It only serves to
Doing all right.
remind
Things
you
have been
of your
kind of
own
hectic the
mediocrity.
last few days, but I'm hanging in there. Well, that's good. That's all you can do. Girl happy.
One thing you can credit the Elvis movies for is how long they remained almost entirely impervious to the world around them.
But eventually, these movies could no longer rely solely on Elvis's cultural dominance. There was a new generation of youth with their own cultural trends.
Elvis is
namely
dead.
One big one.
Long live
so
the
from
Beatles.
the opening of Girl Happy, we are in the swinging 60s, and Elvis is the leader of his very own Fab Four. After
Wait.
Roustabout,
Wait, maybe this is the one I watched in that class. Maybe it wasn't Girls, 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 but you know, they Girl Happy. Girls, girls, girls. Easy mistake to make.
I think everyone quietly acknowledged that Elvis
100%
was
is
not as young
interesting
as he
for
once
Rainbow
was.
Rescue. I'm going to hand out all those invitations, but I would assume it also
Hence,
means
from here
getting
on
all
in,
the
there is a clear
stickers.
lack of
I don't want to do
topless
that.
Elvis
Fair.
shots, and they even sped up the title track of Girl Happy to make him sound younger. Girl Happy falls into a
Oh,
particular
really?
subgenre that was very popular, that Elvis
Wait.
was not as young as he once was.
What?
Hence, from here on in, there is a clear lack of topless Elvis
I
shots, and they even sped up
I
the
need to
title
pause
track of
an
Girl
image
Happy
here.
to make him sound younger. Girl Happy
Is it just me, or is this the exact same shot from Scarface when they're driving to the apartment where those guys try to murder them with chainsaws? He's even wearing a similar colored, Hawaiian shirt. That's just my brain.
falls into a particular subgenre that was very popular at the time, which was the beach party movie. And the purpose of the beach party movie was essentially to present a sanitized version of youth culture in the 60s.
That
You
was
go
the
to the
style
beach
in
and
Miami.
you maybe kiss your sweetheart in the back of the car. You're not wandering afield in Altamont out of your mind on hallucinogens, having just witnessed a murder. And with this
Woodstock?
slight shift in genre, the cartoony elements of these films jump the fuck out.
Yeah, over there.
Wacky music.
Elvis had reached total burnout with making these movies, and he was apparently so frustrated with the material, he walked off set after recording 36 takes of a certain song. Sensing that
Ew.
frustration, the director of this movie, Boris Sagal, suggested to Elvis that he take a break and go to acting school, where he can actually pursue his dream of doing serious drama. But Parker would never let him take that sort of break, and before he knew
Fucking
it,
Tom.
he was on to the next one. In a sobering sign of where Elvis's movie career was, the script for his next film was to be written by the same writers who would do the Three Stooges shorts. You can pretty much guess what they called it.
It's a long, lonely highway when you're traveling all alone.
What?
And
Okay, it does get worse than the spanking scene.
The poster tagline for Tickle Me really highlights how just
No.
no one had any
No.
idea what these movies were supposed to be about anymore. It's fun, it's song, it's girls. That guy's there. Elvis's
Wait, what?
disillusionment with his film is there.
It
Elvis's
movie,
disillusionment supposed to be about anymore.
it got
It's
it got
fun,
scenes
it's
in
song, it's girls.
This looks like a caricature of Peter Lorre. It doesn't even look like the actual Peter Lorre. Just pure, I don't know, fuck it.
That guy's there.
Fuck it.
Elvis's disillusionment.
Elvis
with
is
his
in it.
film
You're gonna
career
buy this
fully
shit
leaks onto the
anyway,
screen here.
you disgusting pigs.
More attention to one than to another.
Thought the same thing. Yeah.
Office. No doubt. I think we'd better start the entertainment.
And you
He
just
looks
have to
like
look
me
at
at a
the effort
party.
he makes to act, or sing, or even pretend to play an instrument. And you really can't blame him when the movie isn't trying.
He's playing that
there
for
are
real.
so many creative choices made out of pure laziness. We can suddenly
The
hear
best part is he
characters'
does know how to
thoughts.
play a
There are
guitar.
full-on fourth
And even
wall
he was
breaks out
like,
of
I
nowhere.
can't be
By
arsed
this
to play
point,
the guitar
Elvis movie
right.
had mutated into this gross parody of itself. And the primary reason for that is the fact that a majority of Elvis's audience had now grown out of him. So these movies were now designed to have the broadest possible appeal. They were
The
making
people
them
have always
for
desired
families,
slop.
not for
They
horny
crave
young
the
girls.
slop.
That's why this movie essentially becomes Scooby-Doo.
Like the
in
slop
end.
those guys
That's not
are
to
in.
say there isn't still a strong
The
sexual
Scooby-Doo
undertone
ending.
throughout most of this. It's just subtle enough that you could bring your parents to it and it wouldn't be weird. What a niche you found, Elvis. And Elvis's character had changed as well. He's much more
Fuck
of a
slop, I want
chauvinist
jank,
here. Of
same.
course, it's well known that Elvis's attitudes to women in his own life weren't that far off from this, but you do have to wonder how playing these characters for so many years and being told by critics that you are essentially playing yourself will have almost created like a self-fulfilling prophecy of identity. Now, Tickle Me is undoubtedly a very bad movie, but it is not so bad it's good. And that is for the sole reason that this movie isn't even trying to be a real movie. But what if I told you that there was a movie that was just as bad as this, but is somehow inexplicably trying its best? Well then,
Yes.
you would get...
Yes. Helter Skelter. Oh
There
no,
was
it's
a reason
about
I was
Charlie
hesitant
Manson.
to say that Kissin' Cousins is definitively the worst Elvis movie ever made, and it's because Harem Scarum exists.
Producer Sam Katzman was back, and within 10 minutes of this
Ew.
movie, Elvis karate chops
Uh-oh.
a leopard to death.
Yes! Yes! Okay, we're into the good shit.
Katzman referred to all his films set in the Middle East as Tits and Sand Pictures, which meant that the alternative title for this movie was Harem Holiday, spelt the way you think it is. We also reach a new level of meta in this movie as we open on Elvis's character watching himself in a shitty movie. Like the real Elvis, his character is a movie star, but unlike his real self, he is traveling to the Middle East to promote his new picture. The poster implies that he's supposed to be in Baghdad, but I doubt that Sam Katzman
Looks
wants
like
to be
jank,
accurate
yeah.
and respectful of the region's geography.
Yeah,
so
this
in
is
order
the-
to clarify
this is the trash I
vital
want.
part of the lore, I found the official novelization for Harem
The
Scarum,
what?
and it is in the
The not what?
first lines of this page that we get the confirmation
60s Baghdad
he is
was a
in
nice place. Yeah, before
Babelstan.
we got involved.
But anyway, the plot kicks
Wait,
off when nefarious
what was
forces that we get
What
the
was that office
confirmation
stare
he
about?
is in Babelstan.
Babelstan. Babelstan. That's god awful.
But anyway, the plot kicks off when nefarious forces kidnap Elvis, believing him to really be the action star that he plays on screen, because of
Wait a
course they
minute.
don't know what movies are. He is then ordered
That's just Galaxy Quest. Damn.
to assassinate the Sultan of Babelstan, or else they're going to kill a group of orphans.
That's
which,
Galaxy
Yes,
Quest,
it
but
goes on
racist.
number 2 of moments my brain snapped.
Only that unless you obey the orders of my master and kill with your skilled hands. The lives of these orphans will be forfeited.
After falling in love with a woman named Asia, we get yet another instance of
Asia.
Elvis telling a girl that she's too young for boys, only this time she's talking about becoming a concubine when she grows up.
What the fuck? Okay, the same guy produced this and the cousin fucking movie. What kind of skeletons are in this guy's closet is all I'm asking.
Slave girl, yes, and won a vast accomplishment.
But after showing off her cool belly dancing moves,
Ugh.
everyone rallies round to support her, including Elvis. Meanwhile,
All of them, yeah. No! 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 Fosabot, no! No, I'm not! No! Kill me. Someone kill me. No! Talk about timing!
now as you can see, this movie is clearly horrendous, but it is also one of the best Elvis movie watching experiences
Continue
that
running
you can have.
streams.
Because unlike Tickle Me, Harem Scarum was made so fast that no one in production had any time to actually decide on what the tone of the film was going to be. Many of the actors who
running
read the script,
themes.
Elvis
Oh.
included, thought the movie was supposed to be a serious
Why
drama.
is he dressed like
meaning that he played a
Palpatine?
lot of the material totally straight.
Your Highness, King Torrance Shaw is missing.
Watching Elvis in this movie, you really feel like a parent watching your kid in a terrible school play who's giving it their all despite the drama school budget having been cut years ago. And what really adds to that specific feeling is that as a new
Why
way
is
of cutting
Palpatine
costs,
dressed like
pretty much
Elvis?
every set
True.
and costume you see in this film is recycled from the studio's old silent movies, like Cecil B. DeMille's King of Kings.
I mean,
After
that's
seeing
kinda
the
neat.
disaster that was the final cut, Colonel Parker reportedly tried to insert a talking camel into this movie to try and
Yeah, that'll fix it. We need a wacky talking camel.
seemed like it was supposed to be a comedy all along. But it was too late, and in the end, Harem Scarum played as part of a double feature with Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster.
Oh no, that's gonna make Harem Scarum look even worse because that movie goes hard.
Now you might
Yeah.
think, after reaching this undoubtedly low point in his career, how did Elvis not give up on movies altogether? At
I
this
mean,
point,
I'm not gonna
why
lie,
was
that
he
seems
still
like a
subjecting
crazy
himself
double
to this?
feature.
Well, as Priscilla Presley mentions in her memoir, Elvis had initially been very excited by his
We need a
role in
double
Harem
feature of
Scarum.
that in
He thought it was
Discord.
his
I
chance
don't
to
know about
possibly
that.
emulate
I don't
Rudolph
know.
Valentino in The Shake. So much so, in fact, he would apparently wear his
Wait,
costume.
this motherfucker called it the Shake. It's the Sheik, you... Ugh, limey. You're from Scotland. I can't call you a limey. It's not the Sheik. It's the Sheik.
Makeup around the house after.
I don't know. Maybe it is
and
the
as funny
Sheik.
as that is, it's also kind of
Maybe I've been
heartbreaking that
misled.
deep down,
Maybe I'm the dumb
there was
one.
still a part of Elvis who hoped that he would someday star in that classic American movie.
A lemony.
However, the real reason behind Elvis's continued
We have
faith
many
in his
lemon
movie career
whores
goes
in
much
this
deeper
neighborhood.
than this. The story of Harum Scarum is all about Elvis's character discovering the secrets of an ancient land. And coincidentally, it was around the time of this film's production that Elvis had become engrossed in certain Eastern mysticisms. His hairdresser Larry Geller was a strong proponent
just
of
like
New
the
Age religions,
Beatles.
and he would supply Elvis with books like The First and Last Freedom or The Prophet. Elvis became totally obsessed and would often quote passages from these books out loud to those around him, and it's not that hard to understand why. Like so many people whose personalities are fed through the meat grinder that is immense world fame, Elvis had ended up with a significant identity crisis and was essentially searching for answers about his purpose.
Okay, there are some Kanye parallels here. I don't like it.
And meaning in life. Now,
Look. If your choice is Khalil Gibran's The Prophet, maybe pick that one over Mein Kampf. I'm just saying.
Now, usually that just ends you up in Scientology, but the one that Elvis latched onto in particular was the teachings of Yoganada's Self-Realization Fellowship. Many of those around Elvis reportedly disapproved of it. For people like Priscilla, they had genuine concerns about Elvis becoming brainwashed. But for people like Parker, my guess...
I mean, Tom Parker already is kind of doing that.
Is he felt immensely threatened by the idea of losing his control over Elvis.
Of
However,
course you
none
did,
of them
Tom.
were worried, because after a visit to a senior member of the fellowship, Elvis was advised by his yogi that he shouldn't abandon his movie career, and instead he should dedicate his life to the reason that God put him on this earth, which was to entertain people. And with that, the Elvis movie train kept
not
on
that
going.
deep.
We went right into Frankie and Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, freaking, you get involved in a cult, you're like, uh-oh, this is going to turn Elvis into the next Branch Davidian. And it's like, no, what you need to do is that same thing you've always been doing. Kind of an anticlimax.
1966 is often lauded as the year where youth culture really exploded. And so that same year, Elvis Presley released Frankie and Johnny, a movie set on a steamboat casino in the 19th century. In the film,
Steamboat
Elvis plays
Willie.
a man who loves money, who refuses to quit whilst he's ahead, and is in the throes of a long, painful losing streak. Apart from spending half of this movie looking like Robbie Rotten, Frankie and Johnny feels like the Elvis movies themselves
Robbie
are
Rotten
now
mentioned,
having an
rest in
identity
peace.
crisis. This movie does not know
Oh, damn, he got
what
shot.
it wants to be or what it has to offer.
Oh, no, he's
the world.
okay. It's a
And
blank.
of course, all of that started to have an
Did
effect
not
on
get
financial
Brandon
returns, despite
Lee.
this movie having a very low
However.
budget. It only made $2 million at the box office, which for Elvis was a red flag. Parker and Wallace knew the Elvis movie needed a
Yellow.
reset, so they decided
That's
to
a
go
lot of
back
yellow.
to the same stuff that had made them money before.
Paradise Hawaiian Style. That's a terrible name.
Paradise Hawaiian Style is essentially a soft reboot of Blue Hawaii. It's another culturally
Shouldn't have just
voyeuristic
entertained, he
romper
should
in
have
the islands,
self-discovered more
which
and
for the
done some
most part
enrichment.
goes through the same beats.
Probably.
Elvis comes back into town, he meets some nice ladies, he explains dating to a minor
Yeah, just
again.
keep making money.
What they do, oh no, 'cause someday you'll be dating too.
Why does this keep happening? Why does this keep happening?
However, compared to Blue Hawaii, by this point in Elvis's movies, the weirdness factor had amped up substantially.
Hawaiian Style, never heard of that sex move. Share a wealth of wisdom, not a wealth of hedonism.
Whilst Paradise
What?
Hawaiian Style still made somewhat of a profit, it continued the trend of each Elvis movie making less money than the last. So with the next one, they decided
Yeah, people
to get
get
Elvis
sick of that shit.
back in the driver's seat with Spin Out. Spin Out once again finds Elvis as the leader of a Beatles-esque band, this time with potentially the worst band name I've ever seen. Having
Oh,
Elvis
no.
be in a band was
1
this movie's
plus 2
one-week
plus
attempt
1
to try and
half.
keep up with the times. But it was in direct
this math
ignorance
rock?
of what was actually happening in music around this time, which was political
Bob
protest.
Dylan.
A year before this movie came out, Nina Simone released her cover of
Nina
Strange
Simone,
Fruit, a haunting
Queen.
ballad about the lynching of African Americans. The Monkees were singing about Vietnam.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile,
The Monkees. Hardcore
what does make Spin Out more
political
interesting
band.
is that it does
I gotta
provide
watch the
a
Monkees movie. I've heard
fascinating
it's
subversion of the Elvis
real
movie
good.
formula. For most of Spin Out, the story is the same as any other Elvis movie. Elvis is flirting with ladies left, right, and center, which leads us to a typical ending where Elvis is about to choose which woman he's gonna ride off into the sunset with at the end. And then this happens.
I'm gonna marry all of them. And that's just
Based!
I married Cynthia. To Philip. I married Diana.
Polyamory, bros winning.
And I married Les.
I'm moving to Portland.
To Tracy. As for me, I'm still single.
Now you could argue
Wait, what?
that this insane
Huh? Okay, never mind. Okay. Okay, so he married all three of them to a different dude. Oh, okay, that's a rug pull.
fourth wall break is merely there to create the illusion for certain audiences that they still have a chance to end
Never
up
mind,
Elvis.
not
but
moving
that,
to
of course, raises
Portland.
the question why they never did that before. The writers of Spin Out, much like many of them before, had originally pitched a movie based
The boomers' most hedonistic generation, being scared of nukes in your formative years and just fuck not knowing when you'll die will do that to you. That is a good point. That is a good point. But you know what? They should probably seek therapy rather than, accelerating climate change, in my opinion. Base Arrow Poly Rep Elvis. Yeah, let's go with that.
I think they just kind of did it anyway. By the year of Spin Out's release, Elvis had been in a largely sexless relationship with Priscilla for nearly a decade, whilst essentially acting
Too
like
old.
a single man on the side. All of this made people like Colonel Parker extremely nervous for how it would affect his image, and now that she was
Won't
of
be any
legal age,
boomers in
Parker
30
could continue
years.
his pressure on Elvis
Literally
to
true.
marry her. And within a year of this film's release, Elvis would propose and marry Priscilla in a private ceremony. The ending of Spin Out on the surface does look like kind of a dumb subversion of the formula, but hidden within it may be a targeted subliminal message to Elvis and his audience about his marital status. But whether it's true or not, these repeated coincidental connections with Elvis's real life would make anyone suspicious of the hidden intentions that the creators of these films might have had. And those suspicions would eventually be shared by Elvis himself. In the next film,
Easy come, easy go.
Easy Come, Easy Go.
Yeah, just
would be
title them
Elvis's
whatever.
last picture with Paramount, the studio that first signed him over a decade prior. The plot of the movie mainly
Yeah, I'll
follows
call the
Elvis
next
as a
one,
Navy frogman who embarks on a quest to find some sunken treasure.
Tub thumping.
He's also got a spin
Yeah.
wheel called the Love Machine, where he wins women. However, the moment that
Losing
this movie
power.
is mainly
Well,
remembered
current president
for
might be the
is a
last
little
boomer
number
president, if
called
not
Yoga is
if
as
not the
Yoga does.
penultimate boomer president. I hope. I don't know how optimistic I am, but I do hope.
The song is a key highlight on the fan mixtape Elvis's Greatest Shit. However, the real
Yeah.
significance of this song goes far deeper than it just being embarrassing. As part of his newfound spiritualism, Elvis had become hugely interested in yoga. However, Colonel Parker reportedly hated it and thought it was a huge waste of Elvis's time. So when a song coincidentally
Wait, what happened
appeared
to
in his
the
next
ad
film
countdown?
that mocks it and him doing it,
We might
you
be
could
hitting
guess
an
how
ad
Elvis
soon.
reacted. In his memoir, Larry Geller tells a story
When I hit the
of
ad, I'm
Elvis
just gonna
storming
pause
off
it and
set,
go
adamant
to
that
the
Parker
other
made the writers
screen.
include the scene to make fun of him. And I think it's an
We've
important
been spending a
thing
lot
to
of
note
time on this.
that
Hope
by
that's
this
cool.
point, Elvis had more or less
We'll play Halo in a
acquiesced
bit.
to the shitty quality of his film career.
Yay.
In the famous story of when the Beatles
It's a long
visited
video.
Elvis at Graceland, John Lennon asked what his next film would be about, and apparently both
Whatever.
Elvis and Parker
It's a
laughed,
lackadaisical
essentially knowing
stream today.
They're all the same. Basically, I think Elvis knew his film career was a joke, but crucially, it was one that he was in on. Regardless of whether the writers really were mocking Elvis here, it started an increasingly antagonistic relationship between Elvis and the people that made these movies. He would give meager performances in films, he would turn up to recording sessions late and leave early. One of many new cost-saving measures on Elvis's movies was that repeat takes were rarely done, which results in line readings like these.
I can offer you $3,900. $3,900 for all that time and the money we spent.
However, due to contractual obligations, it meant that
All right,
Elvis
he's-
essentially had to
he's-
keep doing
he's
these
taking
movies
the piss.
against his will. And just over 2 weeks after Easy Come, Easy Go was released, fans were treated to yet another Elvis movie in the form of...
Double trouble.
In Double Trouble, we get the Elvis movie attempt at assimilating with the British cultural invasion of the late 60s, specifically the genre of zany spy movies that were very popular at the time. The story follows Elvis as a discotheque singer who gets wrapped up in a web of mystery and intrigue whilst traveling Europe with a young
my ad
heiress
countdown
who's madly in
might
love.
just be
And
broken.
that vague plot synopsis is literally the best there is, because this movie doesn't really have one
That
plot.
used to
Instead,
happen.
several subplots that are all happening simultaneously that have nothing to do with each other. They include a plot to murder the girl for her inheritance, a pair of jewel thieves
Oh,
trying to
no.
steal back their jewels, whoever these guys are, and his performance here isn't as bored as it is like utterly chaotic. It's like his new strategy is trying for her inheritance,
Wait.
a pair of jewel thieves trying to steal back their jewels, whoever these guys are, and his performance
It took me a moment to process this. I still haven't really processed that. I don't. Would context help? I don't think so.
performance here isn't as bored as it is like utterly chaotic. It's like his new strategy is trying to get done with these movies as soon as possible.
Why don't you watch where you're going, you crazy idiot?
What? Just nodding my head and going along.
Coincidentally, the director of this film was also going blind while shooting this film.
Oh.
That is not a joke and results in moments like these where you can literally hear the crew.
Aren't they? What? Tell me that. That
What?
phone call. That phone call. That's it, isn't it?
However, the most important subplot
Oh,
in this
no.
movie, and
Straight
I
up
swear I'm not making
Oblivion
this up, is literally
NPC
all about Elvis waiting
audio
for his love
bugs.
interest to turn 18. As always, Elvis spends much of this film rejecting the girl's advances because she's too young. However, a surprise twist in the final scene reveals that it is struck midnight on her 18th birthday, so they finally kiss and live.
Why does it again end with this shit before we go to ad break? We're gonna go to ad break. This is ugh. You know, a track from The Wall. Now that I think about it, it's kind of really apt. This is bleak shit. This is way more bleak than I was expecting. Although maybe I should have. I should have expected it. Song's almost done. Meh. Bow bow. Bow bow. Okay. Maybe we should watch The Wall in the Discord one of these days.
Happily ever after. Aww. Elvis's love interest is played by a woman called Annette Day.
After the video we've been watching, depressing is the theme.
Annette was literally picked from obscurity when she was only 17, when a Hollywood producer discovered her while she was working at a shop in London. She also advised the writers on certain aspects of British culture, which gives us the unbelievable gift of Elvis saying the word bickies.
What?
No biggies.
By the time this movie was made, budget
What are
constraints had
bickies?
started to affect every
I hope that's
aspect
not a
of
slur.
production, which included the songs being recorded on sound stages rather than professional studios. And it was there that Elvis hit one of the lowlights of his entire career when he was forced to record a version of Old MacDonald. In the end, Elvis left the stage before recording of this song could even be finished, and he forced the studio to use an incomplete take as the master. However, Elvis's true personal rock bottom was just around the corner. But you know what they say.
There's more?
One man's trash.
This Thursday night on TNT, see the Elvis movie that's got late night TV's Conan O'Brien talking.
Clam bake.
In 1967, The Summer of Love heralded in a new generation of young people.
What was
who were all
Conan
about getting
O'Brien
high
doing there?
And having sex, which is cool and all. But you know what else is cool? Having a clam bake and waiting till we're married.
What's a clam bake? I assume they bake clams?
Clam bake follows essentially a riff on
I don't
The
know.
Prince and the Pauper. Elvis plays the son of a rich oil baron who trades places with another man to live as a ski instructor. It's a simple, stupid premise that is oddly poetic for Elvis, who long ago in a car with Hal Cantor had once shared a similar fantasy of trading his life of success for that of a stray dog. However, the movie, of course, doesn't really investigate that. It's all about fast cars, girls, and a thing called goop. So much of this film's plot
public
hinges
fair, but they focus on eating
which is a
clams,
substance that
stalls
his
and all
father's
that.
company makes, which eventually goes on to help him win the big race.
Kind of like
And
it's kind of like basing a whole ass movie on one of those ramen fairs. I mean, that's tasty. I don't know if it's enough to base a whole movie on.
You know it made me laugh every time they said it.
What have you got on here? It's called
New England
Goop.
moment.
That's the abbreviation.
Goop.
The name is a foot long.
Goop.
Glycooxytonic phosphate, it's the latest scoop. But that's alright, girls, you can call it goop. Hey, 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 hey.
We also get yet another.
That doesn't seem like a real Elvis song. That feels like some children's show doing an Elvis song riff. You know what I mean?
Instance of this movie mocking something that we know Elvis loves.
I call karate.
Oh, shut up.
Karate.
And we also get a whole song dedicated to the importance of
That's just the scene from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where Brad Pitt epically owns Bruce Lee.
having confidence. Ironically timed just as you can see Elvis.
All right, yeah, this is feeling like a small child's movie. This is like something you watch on Nick Jr.
From behind his eyes.
What does the wizard do with the horny witch?
As Priscilla Presley writes in her
Elixir.
memoirs, Elvis had begun a toxic cycle of overeating to deal with the stress and frustration of
that
these movies,
fucking
whilst
sucks.
abusing
Hi,
drugs
Kyan
and
and
diet
Air.
pills to actually star in them. At the time, Elvis said that Clambake was the worst movie he'd ever starred in, which is not true, because that was coming next.
Oh, God. Stay away, Joe. It feels like every movie starts with, and now this was the biggest piece of shit he ever starred in. But wait, there's more.
Too long have I stayed apart.
When we talk about the most offensive movie that Elvis ever made, you might think,
How can it get worse?
Well, hey, nothing can be worse than Harem Scarum. Well, in that case, I raise you the nightmare that is Stay Away Joe. Stay Away Joe, like Flaming Star, features Elvis as...
That's why it was like the native population would regret, lauding his performance. This is why. Oh no.
The son of a mixed-race native family. But unlike Flaming Star, it is a genuinely racist...
no.
When the fact that half of your actors are in brownface is the least of your problems, you know you're in trouble. The story of Stay Away Joe hinges around Elvis's character.
It just gets
making
worse
a bet
and
with his
worse.
local congressman that his family can successfully raise a herd of cattle, and in exchange, the congressman will help the entire Navajo people. A story that initially seems like it's trying to prove that Native Americans aren't lazy, until you watch the movie, which goes on to portray the exact opposite. And on top of just being a net social loss, this is also easily the worst film, technically, in the entire Elvis movie canon. The creative choices made in Stay Away Joe make for a truly delirious viewing experience, where at times it feels like you're watching a YouTube poop.
Whoa, what the? What?
By the time of Stay Away Joe,
That's
these movies had
editing?
also totally stopped caring about making Elvis's character somewhat virtuous. Instead of refusing the advances of young girls, he spends half the movie chasing them.
You know what? It was leading up to this. It was leading up to this, so I'm not even gonna pretend I'm like that shocked.
In addition to his character being like the epitome of male sleaze, he also showcases a weird kind of macho bonding, which is eerily reminiscent of the kind of male companionship that Elvis would cling on to for most of his life in the form of the Memphis Mafia. Throughout his film career, there are many stories of him and his gang wreaking havoc on sets, having pie fights, and it all kind of takes on a different weight when you start to appreciate the emotional.
That movie was
physical
supposed
stress
to be
that
for the
Elvis was
teenage
really trying to
girl
distract
audience.
himself from.
Teenage
In
girls
a career
love
of low points, Stay Away Joe shows just how
statutory.
low Elvis could stoop. Something needed to
No,
change,
they don't.
and it was soon
I'm not
about
even gonna make
when
that
the
joke.
Elvis formula movie would have one last hurrah in the form of Speedway. Speedway once
Is this
again
another
marks an
racing
attempt
movie?
to replicate the success of Viva Las Vegas, not just by having Elvis race again, but by injecting a
Damn,
strong
that
female
green
presence,
screen
this time
sure
in the
is
form
there.
of Nancy Sinatra.
Nancy
And while she's
Sinatra.
great, she nowhere near matches the heights of Anne Margaret, mainly because she was acting against someone who still had hope. A lot of this movie is spent on a garish 60s go-go inspired set. However,
So many
it would
teen
be this
guys have
exact
teacher
sequence that would go on to
fantasies.
inspire Tarantino
Yeah,
when making Pulp
they're
Fiction. I do
fantasies.
want it noted that was not
Tarantino.
on the IMDb trivia. I had to Google that like a big boy.
This movie does have one of the most startling openings to an Elvis movie.
We open on a woman literally trying to escape the grasp of a man assaulting her. It is then revealed that the
That's a
assailant
good
is
start.
Elvis's best friend, who he quickly makes excuses for, and then recounts his own entrapment methods for women in one of the
Movies
wildest
from this
cover
era
titles
are a
I've
fucking
ever seen in a
nightmare.
motion picture.
I'm just gonna say it.
A new girl? You certainly get the goodies, don't you? It was a chance meeting. Huh? I followed her. Oh.
What?
And from there, this
Roll
movie just
credits?
gets weirder as it goes on. Of course, Elvis has another extremely strange conversation
Stop
with
it!
a child.
Stop it! Stop it! It's the same shit over and over again.
Your time has
No!
There's an even more explicit homage
You
to
can't
Parker
even,
and
like,
Matt
laugh at it
Gambles'
anymore.
The
It's
Waste
just-
of money, resulting in
it's just
arguably the
pain.
best Elvis punch yet. We then get an entire
Gamer.
song all about the importance of paying your taxes, followed by a scene of him and his manager trying to justify their dodgy tax deductions. And once
Okay.
again, that whole subplot feels
Okay.
incredibly targeted. Not only was Elvis the US's largest taxpayer,
I think that movie is a fantasy too. The character Elvis hits on were supposed to be isekai self-inserts.
1973, but his infamously
You heard it
shoddy
here.
bookkeeping meant that he would go on
Isekai
to
got
owe
its
Colonel Parker
sexual
extortionate sums of
politics
money,
from Elvis
leading him to
movies.
his frantic workhorse mentality that he had throughout his final years. Now, apart from all that, Speedway is not a particularly interesting movie, but it does mark the end of a cinematic era in that it would be the last Elvis formula film to ever be made.
Thank
However,
God.
Elvis's film career wasn't over, it was merely
Oh.
evolving into its final form, one that would fundamentally change Elvis's life forever.
In a good way or Please no more of whatever that
now,
was.
you may wonder why this sudden change in
Bad.
Elvis's movie career
No.
happened. You know, whilst the Elvis formula movies' grosses were declining,
Bad.
they were still stubbornly making a good profit. 1968 was, of course, one of the most volatile times in American history, but it's not like that changed anything before. Well, it's because that year in particular also brought about the end
Rosemary's
of the
Baby.
Hays Motion Picture Code, and thus
Night
one
of the
of the
Living
core
Dead.
constraints of Elvis's whole movie career had
There's a
evaporated.
reason why he died
And it
in the
wasn't just movie
70s
business that was changing.
on the toilet.
Elvis was too. He hadn't just become jaded with his film career, but with the whole idea of being Elvis Presley. Being the biggest star in the world for over a decade had left him with a fledgling sense of self-worth and a total crisis of identity. He would often ask those closest to him, including his religious teachers, why him? Why was he chosen to be this icon? Maybe he was a relic of the past. Maybe all of this was just a fluke and a phase, and he should just gracefully bow out now. Well, it was on his next film that a seed would be planted that would propel him not just back into music, but creative freedom. And above all, confidence. If the Elvis movie is like an evil AI, Live a Little, Love a Little is the moment where it became sentient and turned on us. Imagine an Elvis movie, but with all the drug-addled detachment of the late 60s, and you've got this movie. Now, this is of course partly
Vegas
due to the
Elvis.
Hays Code repeal, meaning this movie has drug use, more explicit nudity,
Damn.
and the first ever implied on-screen sexual encounter involving Elvis. However, the main
I
reason
hope
this
she
movie
was
different goes a
in
lot
her
deeper than that.
20s
This
or
movie was
30s.
adapted from a book by Dan Greenberg called Kiss My Firm But Pliant Lips, which was a satire of the life of Hugh Hefner. Now, I'm not going to argue this movie is some genius satire of Elvis Presley, but the script was co-written by Greenberg, and I think he, in small but significant ways, essentially created a self-aware Elvis movie. Elvis is, of course, a lot older here.
Damn.
He's 33 by this point, and from the opening scene, it's clear that
33,
this
he's
is
a Christmas
different
cake.
character. The movie starts with an inversion of the
Kiss
traditional
my
scenario,
limp yet
where instead
flaccid
it is
lips.
a woman refusing to leave
Quite a
Elvis'
title.
life,
They should have
and
stuck
he is
to
no
that
longer
one.
his cool womanizing persona. He spends most of the first act being very grouchy and annoyed. Then, after being more or less kidnapped by this strange woman he just met,
God, I
things
wish
just
that were
get
me.
more and more confusing. Different characters keep walking into this house, all referring
The
to the woman
milkman.
under different names, and it makes the whole thing feel like a parody of an Elvis film. It's almost like the real Elvis has found himself trapped in one of his own movies. The female character with multiple names almost feels like a targeted jab at the other female characters in his movies, where they were so poorly characterized it was hard to tell some of them apart. To deal with all this confusion, the many-named woman puts Elvis into a drug-induced sleep, giving us the first and only Lynchian jump scare of the Elvis movies, which leads us on to number 3 of Moments My Brain Snapped.
No. You can't talk. You're a dog. Now, don't be difficult, Greg. I'm just trying to help. Here, take my claw.
Anyway,
This starts a suitably psychedelic dream sequence, the purpose of which it seems is almost to like acquiesce Elvis to the movie that he's in. Because after that song, the film slowly but surely
balls.
regresses back into a normal Elvis movie. But I do want to reiterate, this movie isn't some hidden satirical masterpiece. For the most part, it's this.
Okay, raise the skirt. A little more.
However,
Hubba
as is
hubba.
the case for
Erection.
many Elvis movies, despite being otherwise unwatchable, the film somehow manages to fit in an iconic moment that sears itself into cinematic memory. And for this film, it is A Little Less Conversation. Now, it's important to remember that this song wasn't a hit for Elvis. It wasn't until Junkie XL remixed it in the early 2000s that it would become what we know now as one of the most
I know that
immediately
track.
recognizable Elvis songs. However, regardless of its minor success for Elvis at the time, it still played a hugely important role in his life. For almost his entire movie career, Elvis had been stuck doing the same
I know that track too.
ballads
Yeah,
and
Junkie
country rock
XL, he did
songs
the
in every
Fury
one of
Road
his movies.
soundtrack.
So with the soundtrack for this film, producers and writers were brought on to essentially give Elvis a crash course on the musical developments that he had missed over the last decade. But with A Little Less Conversation, writers Billy Strange and Mac Davis had essentially discovered the sound that would define the rest of Elvis's career. The bombastic brass, funky drum beats, and chorus of backup singers is all the same arrangement that is found in his Vegas shows and all of his later hits.
A little less conversation, a little more action.
oh yeah.
I can't walk out. Stop, look and listen, baby. That's my philosophy.
In the space of one song, they had essentially proved that Elvis could keep up with the times. Live a Little, Love a Little
Yeah.
was the last movie he shot before the iconic 1968 comeback special, and it was arguably this song that helped propel him into it. Now, as we all know, the comeback special
Wonders
is
what
the thing
80s
that will
Elvis would have
revive
been
Elvis's
like,
career and return him to music.
he
But what
wouldn't
you
have been
may
on
not
less
know
drugs.
is he still had 3 movies left to do. So with renewed vigor, for the
If he had
first
just
time
done
since
a little
1962's
less
Wild
drugs,
Country, Elvis was taking on a
could
serious
have
dramatic role in the gritty-looking western.
Doing drugs in the 80s.
After the 68 special,
that's
Elvis not
also
only had
bleak.
momentum and agency in his own career again, but he also found himself in one of the most fertile
Let's stop
periods in
Murray.
American movie making.
The Graduate.
One of the biggest genre
Good, the Bad, and the
explosions
Ugly.
at the time was, of course, spaghetti westerns. So when
Banger.
Elvis was offered a role originally intended for Clint Eastwood in the form of Chado's Jesse Wade, I think he saw his golden opportunity. And with that, Elvis grew a beard, and we get the most un-Elvis performance in his entire career. However, that is sadly less because of a creative choice, and more the fact that he had entirely given up on the film midway through production. Because it was during Charo that Elvis would come to realise that no matter what, in his film career, the dice would always be loaded against him. The director, Charles Marcus Warren, who had created
Little
teen
less drug
westerns
for
such as
station, a little
Gunsmoke,
more
had
action.
essentially gutted the more adult elements that had been in the original script that Elvis had received. And what results is a bland,
Just
forgettable
like the
western
Super
that
Mario
is closer
Brothers
to
movie.
Love Me Tender than Once Upon a Time in the West. I think on Charo,
Banger.
Elvis came to realise that the true limitation of his career was never his acting ability or the Hays Code. It was the mere fact of being Elvis Presley and the people that were tied to that. Whilst the film was commercially successful, most critics acknowledged its huge failures, and so did Elvis, who I think by this point had quietly accepted that his dream of making a great film was dead. And for the final 2
Shit.
films in his career, Elvis essentially had nothing to lose by this point. So you wonder what they are like.
The Trouble with Girls.
One of the most famous
Girls,
pieces of
again.
lore about the Elvis movies is from an unnamed executive who reportedly said, "Why do we even bother giving these things titles? Can't we just number them?" Well, they finally did, with Elvis's penultimate movie, The Trouble with Girls, which poster simply read, Elvis 69. Once again, The Trouble with Girls
69,
isn't a
the
particularly
sex
accurate
number.
summation of the movie. What this film is really about is a little thing called
What?
Chautauqua. Chautauqua
Chautauqua.
was an institution that existed around the turn of the century America,
What?
a sort of travelling roadshow that doubled as an educational service. Imagine vaudeville mixed with TED Talks, and you've kind of got the idea. In the
That
opening of the
sounds
film,
god-awful.
the sudden cut from black and white to colour marks a clear attempt to try and bring this forgotten relic of history to life.
Nice.
And it feels kind of
Nice.
loaded. It feels like this movie was made by people who wanted to revel in simpler times to deal with the complicated America of its day. However,
That
unlike
sounds
other Elvis
like
movies,
dog
The
shit.
Trouble with Girls does somewhat call attention to
Vaudeville
the
and
evil
TED
happening
Talks,
in
sign
its
me
world.
up. Yeah, you get a minstrel show and a tech bro
As a man
telling you
called Mr.
about
Morality
how
lectures
AI's...
to
Wait,
audiences on the issues of the
wait, who is that? Vincent Price?
day, the film gives us a glimpse into the corruption that is happening.
It looks like
behind
Vincent
the curtains
Price.
of the Chautauqua in the form of its leader, played by Elvis. His character is essentially
Vincent
an
Price is a
uber-capitalist
king.
monster who harasses his female employees and schemes against their efforts to unionize. And weirdly, that role fits him perfectly. For someone who is totally checked out of his career by this point, who's only doing it for money, the sense of apathy and cynicism is tangible in his performance. Now, I promise
actually
you this is
is.
the last time I'm going to say this.
Looked it
But
up.
the film's whole plot, whether it means it or not,
That's always
does
good.
work as a metaphor for Elvis's entire film career. Chautauqua
Ah.
is described in the movie as not an enterprise, but a movement, and it was a similar marketing illusion that framed the film career of Elvis Presley. What was always a purely money-making endeavor was sold to audiences and Elvis himself as something it wasn't. It was never about nurturing Elvis's cultural output. If anything, it actively stifled what could have been a much more diverse and interesting decade for him. In The Trouble with Girls, what begins as a romanticized romp around the past ends up becoming a
Cannibalism,
fitting
what?
reminder of the lies and moral corruption
Cannibal
of
the
capitalist
musical?
America. By the end of 1969, Elvis's career focus had fully shifted to music. He was soon to begin his residency in Las Vegas, an American tour, and thus enter the final stage of his
Viva
professional
Las
life.
Vegas.
But by God, he had one more, damn it. And you might think, what else could he do? He's done everything by this point. Well, remember at the start I said he starred in an exploitation movie? That one.
Let's go. Let's go. Non-exploitation movie.
As
Hell
the
yeah.
60s drew to a close, pretty much all the hope and optimism of the decade had dissipated, and the moral seediness of the 70s had begun. And Change of Habit is a product of that.
Mary Tyler
just
Moore.
in the weirdest way possible. This film is like an Elvis movie spliced with Midnight Cowboy, Which
Jesus
is ironic
Christ.
because Elvis was actually offered to play the role of Joe Buck, a fact that has been keeping me up at night, and I hope it does the same for you.
Damn. John Voight. It could have been Elvis. Instead, it was John Voight in a great performance by an actor who now is just a weirdo who stars in shit like Super Babies.
It follows
Or, no, it was
three nuns who are
Karate
sent
Dog.
out as missionaries
The
to work
dentist?
within an impoverished inner-city community. There they meet Elvis's character, who is a doctor and community figure.
No, he's
called
the
John
doctor.
Carpenter. I told you there'd be another connection to the TV
Elvis
movie.
literally
His
could have been in
character
so
is
many
ostensibly
good
caught
movies.
between
Not
two
if Tom
extremes.
Parker had
He's an
anything to
honourable
say
man
about
who
it.
helps little kids, but he's also a rock and roller who loves the ladies. Now, whilst this film's plot obviously has a clear social conscience, it's just one that is utterly warped. And what follows feels like a weird mix between an exploitation film and one of those videos you would watch in school about drugs.
What, heroin?
Heroin?
Aye, smack. You're only smoking it.
Smack.
The characters in this drop slurs like they're reading them off of cue cards, and
Ooh,
it
don't
breezes
like that.
past deeply complex social issues like their musical numbers. This movie even has a claim to fame in that it is one of the first Western films to acknowledge the existence of autistic people. It's just a shame that they decided
That's interesting.
to set them back decades. The film showcases what was at the time a progressive new therapy called rage reduction, where Elvis's character seemingly cures a girl of her autism by forcibly restraining her. Thus,
No, nobody show Robert F. Kennedy this. He's gonna get ideas.
a scene that was intended to be heartwarming ends up playing like it's something out of The Exorcist. However, like
Yeesh.
most of the movies that had preceded it, this movie wasn't about social and political issues. It was still always about Elvis. The ending of the film follows one of the nuns as she's trying to decide on whether to leave her convent to be with Elvis or to reject her lust for him in favour of serving God. The final images of Elvis ever in a narrative feature cut between him enraptured in a gospel song and religious imagery that adorns the church. We don't know what decision she makes, but it's clear the connection
Okay, that's a
the
cop
film
out.
is trying to put in your head. That Elvis Presley is like this bridge between godliness and the pleasures of secular life. I just think that it's wild that over a decade
I
on,
don't know about
in his
that.
final moments on screen, the film somewhat tries to answer the confused feelings that so many teenage girls had back in 1956. Though the first time I watched it, I thought it was implying that Elvis was the second coming of Christ, so
Whoa.
I guess that's a valid interpretation too.
Endgame.
After over a decade of movie making, Elvis's film career had finally come to an end. He would return to music, to legions of adoring fans. He would go on to enjoy a level of success still unprecedented to this day, living out the fantasy of being a god among mortals. And despite all of that, he would spend much of the final years of his life living in fear of whether he would be forgotten about. And much
Yeesh.
like us, bitterly lamenting what could have been. What if he'd gotten rid of Parker
Yeesh.
earlier?
Yeah,
what
you
if he'd
should
gone
kill
to
him.
acting school? What if he had starred in movies like The Defiant Ones or West Side Story? I don't think Elvis was ever going to be a fantastic actor, but he could have done so much more. Elvis proved over the course of his career that he could be magnetic and compelling on screen, but only when he was allowed to truly express himself. And had he been given the right roles that appealed to his strengths, who knows what he could have done throughout that decade. At the very least, he could have starred
Hi,
in
Vincent
better
Price.
B-movies, but maybe he could have held his own against some of the greats in
Walter
comedy,
Matthau,
or maybe even
Jack Lemmon.
nail a villain or anti-hero role. I mean, had he
Oh,
been
that's,
totally
Bonnie and Clyde.
unrestrained creatively and with the right
Didn't
people
know all
around him,
those
who's to say
movies.
we couldn't have got the Elvis version of a Tommy or Purple
Tommy.
Rain? I mean,
Purple
that's
Rain.
probably not true, but
Could have made
now that I've
Jank
said
when
it,
he was
you'll be
forced to
thinking
make
about it a lot.
slop.
Elvis's movie
Exactly.
career ended up being the last of its kind. No star would risk going through the embarrassment that he had just endured, and I think movie executives
Yeah,
quietly
hell
accepted
no.
that you couldn't pull a scam that big twice. However, the main players in the story of Elvis's movie career do exist to this day. There will always be the same deeply risk-averse executives, the same celebrities
Hulu.
with carefully manipulated images whose movies essentially exist as
Oh,
marketing
boy.
for a brand.
Oh,
And
remember
nowadays, more
this
musicians
one?
are serious actors than ever before. They win Oscars like nobody's business, or at least they try to. Personally, I think we should revive the Elvis movie model for Harry Styles. A series of camp films
sure?
of him in different locations. You don't need
It's
a
Dwayne
Star is
The
Born
Rock
Harry.
Johnson.
You need a Blue Hawaii. The point I'm trying to make is that we shouldn't forget the Elvis movies, but instead appreciate them for what they are. In her article for Paste magazine, Chloe Walker writes that if these movies have one virtue, it's that they are a showcase of the eminently relatable struggle of a person trying their best at something that isn't a natural fit for them. And I could
If.
not agree more with that
If.
sentiment, because behind the increasingly thin
I'd pay to see a
facade
movie
these
with Kendrick
movies
in it.
present
I
is one
would.
of the most human portraits of Elvis Presley we have.
I mean, we know
I
the
do
guy's a
believe
great
that
performer.
Elvis ended up making a classic American
Weighing in
film.
on the Jank versus
Just
Slop
not the
conversation, I
one he
personally think that a 6 out of 10 is literally better than a 7 out of 10.
Film, but a 60-hour plus meta epic.
There's different kinds of 7s out of 10s, but I see what you're saying.
Forced to be something they're not. It's an odyssey through the
There's a
American
7 out of
dream
10
in all
that
its naivety and garish hollowness.
it's a little too
its hope
ambitious, and there's a
despair,
7 out of 10 that's,
joy and misery,
you know,
death
competently
and rebirth.
unambitious.
Okay, maybe that last bit is a stretch, but aside from all that, I
But
just
essentially,
had
we
the
agree.
time of my life watching these movies. I mean, look how much fun I'm having here.
So next time you got some friends and family around, put on an Elvis movie and enjoy everything they have to offer you. The good, the bad, the clam bake. Thank you so much for being
Yeah,
with
let's
me through
watch
this
Clam
whole
Bake.
journey.
Sometimes a
It's
7 out of 10 can be a
blast.
4 out of
So
10.
to leave you, here's a montage of some of my favourite moments
Yeah.
from the Elvis cinematic universe that I couldn't quite fit in. And until I get another obsession that briefly takes over my life for 3 months, I'll see you next time.
Okay, that was bleak. That was harrowing. Let me link that one. I was supposed to play Halo, wasn't I? Faded is supposed to come in here and kill me, but I haven't seen Faded unless Faded is lurking. Unless Faded is lurking out there. But in any case, he has another video about Titanic movies. Yeah, there's more than the one. Some of them I've heard are pretty good. And some of them I've heard are terrible. But that was a long one. So what I'm gonna do is well, first off, I'm gonna play some tunes while I set this up. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I'm sure it's not that hard. Where are you? My scroll wheel is broken. Here, I gotta drag some things. Did you miss Waterloo? I'm not. I haven't run that. I'm starting Halo. Yeah. Okay. So. All right. Where am I? Shit. My shit was broken this morning. I don't know why. There we go. Yeah, I opened up OBS and like everything was a black screen. I restarted it and then it worked. Hi, McSchwartz. Hi, how are you doing? You judging from that? Oh, okay. I'm gonna assume not great. Anyway, let me give you a shout out. Hope that migraine or possibly whatever that migraine emote is symbolizing. I hope it passes soon. All right, so I'm gonna play some tunes because it might take me a little time to figure this out. Maybe. It's a god-awful small affair. The girl with the mousy hair. A game that is cool, okay or bad from a powerful gatekeeper is rated a little better than okay to not piss off publishers. Been that way since the 80s, exactly. Ugh. My mouse wheel keeps, like, spontaneously scrolling. I don't like this. I need a new mouse. Damn it. Who's that PS1 model? Oh, that's Hagrid from PS1 Harry Potter. Fuck Harry Potter, but PS1 Hagrid is a unit. Let me make sure, by the way. Whoop. Let me make sure that I've got all the multiplayer stuff set up. Properties, DLC. I do appear to. Except for the Halo 4 multiplayer, which is 20 gigs. What the hell? I think we'll be fine without that. I feel like I haven't slept in 5 days, but I've definitely slept. All right, so make sure you're booting this without the anti-cheat, by the way. Actually, I'm not using any mods, am I? Message of the day, shut up. Let's see, social games, competitive games, custom multiplayer, custom game browser. I think it's gonna be custom multiplayer. Halo 3. Built-in maps. Let's see. Alright, so do I want to... Is there a way to, like, have people vote on maps? Team changing. Alright, so what I'm gonna do... I'm gonna share this. If you would capture, please. Okay. Alright, if y'all got opinions on this, on how we should set this up, feel free to chime in. Let's see. Custom multiplayer. What do I do if I want to, like, set up something with a code that I, like, show people? Nintendo doesn't make much. They treat themselves as toy makers, not a tech bro company, unlike Sony and Microsoft. I mean, have y'all heard that they're planning to brick your Switch 2? Thank you for head pat, Commodore. Multiplayer, firefight. Let's see. What do y'all think? Maybe I should have made a playlist. Like I said, I didn't plan anything ahead. Easy anti-cheat. Is this public? I don't think that you can set up a lobby like that. You might have to add people on Steam and invite through there. Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know, did Mint, when she was playing Halo, because I wasn't there when she was setting them up, did Mint have to do that? That's a pain. That's how May did it. All right. Who would like to play Halo? I'm on the Discord. Here, send me your friend codes. Let's see. And my name's just Jazzahol, if that helps. Thought I had it installed. It's downloading now. That's fine. I was expecting scuff. It's fine. We're just chilling. You give love a bad name. All right, so Meowstro, you're joining. Okay. That's good. Anyone else interested in joining? Yeah, if we don't have enough, then maybe we'll just do some co-op, maybe, or I don't know. My part while you play your game. Maybe I can set up a custom game browser. What? Okay, maybe you need the anti-cheat on. I don't know. Custom multiplayer. Do you have to pick one game at a time? When you play your game. Okay. Play 2? Okay. Yeah, y'all send me your friend codes. Confirm. Yep, name, it's Jazzahol. Same as me on Twitch. How do you'll just Google it. Oh, you're on Steam, you make the friend request. I'm not good at explaining this. Erm? What's up, Meowstro? Trying to send me something? Ah, there you are. Send you. Okay. Invite sent to McSchwartz. Think I can see my IRL through your profile? See my IRL what? Name? That's concerning. I don't have my IRL name on there. Give me a moment. Do I have that listed anywhere? Unless it's a name from something I don't recognize. Huh? Microsoft account. That's interesting. Let me check my Microsoft account. That I never log into. By the way, that's not showing up on stream, is it? Nope. Okay. Can't sign you in. What? Huh? Oh. Hmm? What's that doing there? Thank you. Thank you, Maelstro. Alright. Steam, how to... I don't care that much, but how to remove real name. Yeah, I saw. Okay, let me fix that real quick. Oh, what the hell? Yeah. Is it gone? I cleared previous aliases. I'm still seeing it on my end. You still seeing that? You still see it? How do I remove that? Okay. Figuring things out in the moment. Settings. Account security. Okay. I did hit save. I never even thought to look at that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Profile. Edit profile. There we go. I don't mind y'all seeing it, cause like, I trust you. I better be able to trust you. Okay, I changed my real name. Okay, I've changed my name to Rip Torn. Can you see it now? Should be good. Ooh. Let's invite friends. I see Rip Torn. Good! That's my real name. I am the dead actor Rip Torn. Alright, I'll think of a better thing later. Thank you so much, McSchwartz. Meowstro, but also thank you, McSchwartz. Alright, let me hunt around for you. Invite to game. Yep, anyone else want to join? Shamefully, I only play this game when friends ask, so I barely have any rank. I'm no different. I played it a bit, though. Alright, so we got 3 players. Anyone else want to join in? Now that y'all aren't gonna, you know, see my real name. Ah! Just leave that real name section blank. Well, I will have to experiment with this. Yeah, I think originally when, like, when was the first time? The first time I was ever, like, on stream, it was with, May was playing Jabroni Brawl, and I remember I joined, and then I remembered, oh, I've got my real name still. It's my, Steam ID, because I never thought I'd be streaming. And then I changed it. I didn't realize I was gonna keep that hovering around. All right, now, what do we want to do? Anyone else? 2v2 hardcore. I can't believe Faded isn't here. I told Faded I was gonna play Halo. So like, which multiplayer games y'all have downloaded? It might be easier, actually. Might be easier. Faded hates your pussy. Faded wants me dead. Certified fake fan. Y'all want to be on stream? Oh, I'm getting... Hello. Oh. Time to click on heads, gamers. Yeah. Y'all want to go into a Discord channel for this? I think that'd be easier than waiting for people to chat. I'll even tag y'all. Y'all good with that? Y'all want to join the Elite Gaming channel in the Discord? You don't have to. Yeah, look, I'm used to Fine by Me. All right, I'm joining. I need to set up my Discord audio here. We're doing it live. Fuck it. So I'm in the channel. You want to join Meowstro or McSchwartz or both? I'm looking for you. There you are. So true. Is it capturing though? No. Not that. Not that one. Discord audio. I'm getting to the Lead Gaming channel. Hello. I am muted, by the way. Hello. Hey. I don't think it's coming through just yet. Where are you, Discord? Here? Speak. Would you say that one more time? Understood. One more time.
Hello.
Yeah, that should work.
Woo.
Yeah. Okay. Let me say who I'm doing this with. McSchwartz 2. And Meowstro TV. Title should be updated. There we go. Now it's a stream. Now this is real.
Need a better Fugi.
Need a better Fugi. Yeah, you have a cat on there.
Yeah, that is my very first concept art.
Nice. It is a masterpiece.
Thank you. I made it myself.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Yes. We could do built-in maps, we could do modded maps. I'm trying to keep it simple. All right, so do y'all have the Halo 3 multiplayer downloaded? Is that the only one? I've got all of them except 4.
How do I check which ones I have downloaded?
You right click. You know how to do that, right? You right click Properties DLC. It's a little confusing.
Okay, let me see.
And then you just like check mark the ones you want to download.
Okay, I have Halo 3 and Reach.
All right. That'll work for now. So we can choose map, options and career, file options, 2v2 hardcore. We only have 3 people. That's a good one for... Unless we can get a Juggernaut. Is this for 3 players? Is that what this thing's about? I should also be streaming the game just so people know what's going on. I have just realized that. I'm so smart. There you go. So you don't have to deal with the latency.
Halo music jump scare.
Halo.
So I think that 3 next to the Juggernaut is how many like sub game types there are.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'm just wondering what's going to be good with a small number of players, because I'd rather not be throwing bots in there, but maybe we'll have to. I don't know. Treat the bomb, our territories. We could just do Slayer. We could just deathmatch it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, just to start. See, hardcore 2v2. Earn kills to win. Play on construct. Let's do hardcore. Score to win 50. We got any preferences in regards to this, or are we all just autistically winging it right now going, I don't know.
That's exactly it.
Yeah! Alright, let's just do that. Let's just start a game.
50 might be a lot.
You're right. 25?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. And I guess we're doing the first map here.
Yeah, we'll see how it looks.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Halo.
Okay, we're playing the game, finally. Score 25. Wait. Team Slayer?
Bring it on.
That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do... Oh well. Anyway, we're gonna gang up on you. This is... I died. You know, I'm good at some shooters. I'm not actually that good at Halo. Yeah. Ah! This is a mess. Ah! Okay, I'll try it. Should I quit out and... No, you know what? You know what? Fuck you, Mick Schwartz. You've had this coming.
Oh, so have you.
No, I'm nice. Mick Schwartz, no.
Alright, that battle rifle is a mean one.
Rocket, attack! I'm out of ammo.
See ya.
Where'd you just go?
Well, I seem to have gotten myself stuck.
Oh, that's good. Fuck you. I win. What do you got?
I mean, all that thing did was shoot some sparks and do nothing.
Wow. Sniper. That's cool. Where are you? Rat. I'm sniping. I'm 360 no scoping. Where'd you go? Where the fuck you go?
I was tired and had to take a nap.
Oh. Rest in peace.
I'm back.
I ran out of ammo. What am I doing? I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of the world. I'm afraid I can't help it. I'm afraid I can't help it. There's no sprint button in... Oh. Okay, so that only takes me up. You know, there's some pro Halo players out there. Yeah, they exist. Maybe we should throw some bots in here.
Bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum.
Where are you?
Ba-ba-ba-bum.
Where'd that shot come from? Ah, I'm scared. Camping.
Nope.
Having a nice camp.
Oh, hi there.
You're welcome. Where'd you go?
And gone.
Sure about
How
that?
did you see me?
Because I have eagle eyes.
Special eyes.
When the video game streamer takes nearly 3 hours to start playing the game, fuck you! This is the best stream I've ever done. So much gaming. Ah! Where'd that come from? I see you!
Wait, it's going through the window.
What? Is it? What?
Ah!
You died. Good.
My hubris.
Your booberous.
Uberous.
Boobies.
Hehe.
How do you use the specials again? God, I just played this game. Like, a month ago. That's actually quite a bit of time. See you. Nobody better be stream sniping. It's quiet. Ooh, quiet. Throwing all the... Where'd you go? There you go. Oh, there is a window here. That doesn't make sense. Game broken.
Semi-passable window?
Oh, I can't go down there.
Probably Covenant technology.
Covenant.
Miraculously futuristic, yet
I'm
super
shooting at a wall.
inefficient.
Yeah, but it's burning. It burns you. I have no ammo in that.
Speaking of burning,
You got gonorrhea.
wow.
You didn't say no.
Well, that is not related to what I was going to say.
What were you gonna say then?
I was gonna let my flamethrower do the talking.
Oh.
That's, not helpful when you're on the other side of the map.
What is gonorrhea? Shut up! Ah! I died.
Toasty.
Towns, you know what gonorrhea is. This is the opposite of when I did Doom with people where I was dominating. Anyway, get impaled. Just call me Vlad. Towns, do you really not know what gonorrhea is? I don't know, maybe people haven't come across certain concepts and things, and I take them to be I just want to be okay, that's what I thought. Trying to make me explain gonorrhea on stream, the disease where your pee-pee burn.
Okay. Serpentine.
My serpentine!
That was not a proper escape route.
Did you just leap off that ledge there?
I may have panicked a little.
Yeah, that, you know, sometimes you make choices that make no sense in the midst of anxiety. I appreciate the consideration actually asking, though. Thank you. Ah, anytime. Anytime. Everybody's gone to the moon. Did I get you? I think I got you, but I don't know. A prompt didn't show up that I could see. Going to the moon. Y'all ever seen Titan AE?
I don't think I have.
It's the most year 2000 movie. I think of it as the Sonic Adventure of movies because the soundtrack is a bunch of butt rock tracks that just explain the narrative in the lyrics. And then Jamiroquai has a track on there.
I have seen it.
You have. It's the movie that ended Don Bluth's career. Speaking of Rockadoodle.
Very unfortunate.
What's Don Bluth doing? Last I saw, he was trying to kickstart a Dragon's Lair movie.
I would say it's more like the Sonic OVA of movies, but Sonic OVA is already a movie.
It's Sonic the Hedgehog the movie. What are you talking about?
Oh, Titan AE.
Sonic OVA of movies?
It's not really an analogy when I'm using things from the same category.
I mean, it's an OVA that's different from movies. Even though I did watch that as Sonic the Hedgehog the movie and what was it? Shit. I'm bad. They released it on VHS, right? In a white, they had a white videotape. I think there was an ad for Nadia the Secret of Blue Water on there. Which, if you don't know, that was Hideaki Anno's show before Evangelion. An experience that was so negative that it colored a lot of Evangelion's tone for him.
Sneaky.
Where are you? Made of virtual insanity. Seem to. Twisting. New technology. Where'd you go? Oh, we got a minute and a half.
Yeah, I think I should watch Titan AE again.
It's not like a great movie, but it is a
Yeah,
relic.
just to find out if it holds up to my memory.
Yep. Well, 1 minute remaining. Sanity and always seems to.
Be very, very quiet.
I'm hunting wabbits. But where is Dr. Wily? That's a good question. Mega Man?
10 seconds remaining.
These look to be energy resources. I can't do the accent.
Oh, I won. I can't believe a 2v1 team destroyed the one guy. Okay, let's not do that again. Okay, back. Let's see. Hardcore. Should have set it up like that. Like hit Slayer. Elimination. Duel. Oh, hardcore TS. Oh, is that my problem? Alright, let's just set it for Slayer. That should do it. And let's change the map to the next one. If that epitaph or epilogue. 2 to 6 players, okay. Anyone else want to join? Probably not. It is open.
Multi-flag?
Multi what?
I don't know. It's just currently showing multi-flag.
What? No, I got it for Slayer. But wait. Is this not...
Okay, now it's Slayer.
Okay, I gotcha. I was worried. Epitaph. Yep, Slayer options. Score to win 25. Yeah, let's start. There we go. Now we are all, and I am all, and you are all my enemy. Don't sneak up behind me.
We are all together.
We are all together.
I am the walrus.
I am the Eggman. They are the Eggmen. Ah! I am the walrus. Go, go, ka-choo! Ugh. Where the hell did y'all go? You fucker. And face the strange to change of his. Changes. Get away from me. Ah! No! You're all ganging up on me, aren't you? I need a better weapon. Chat, if you ever wanted to destroy me in a game, this is it. Get vengeance on me for that time I played Doom with y'all. I should do that again. I just want to do it when Majoris is available, because Majoris was very like... Let me know the next time you're doing that. Anyway, I got a kill.
First kill on the board.
And face the strange changes.
Like Doom 2016 or?
No, it was the remaster of the first two games. I don't think many people play the multiplayer in Doom 2016. I think they did like a weird asymmetrical thing with it.
2016 is the standard one. Eternal
Oh.
is where they did Slayer
okay.
versus Demons.
Damn it. Huh. I never bothered playing the multiplayer with those games. You know there's multiplayer deathmatch in the original Deus Ex? That's very funny to me. Oh. Where you at?
Yeah, they used to like shoehorn it into every game.
That
my
they
God.
did. I don't know why I'm reloading after every shot. I got 2 shots in here. Who's shooting at me? I think that was you. Oh. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Hi. Shit.
Stuck between a rock.
Keep on rocking in the free world. I thought that might actually work out. Keep on rocking in the free world.
These default keyboard controls are throwing me off so bad.
Yeah, to usually switch them up.
Q being melee and F being throw a grenade is
yeah.
the opposite.
Why was I mashing melee there?
Had to do it to him.
Rockin' in the free world. Meowster deserves it.
Excuse you.
Ah!
Sorry.
Where were you?
I was following you for a good while.
I'm smart. Bitch. Ha, bitch. That is not helpful. Shooting through my dick.
It would be extremely painful.
For you.
You're a big guy.
For you. Rockin' in the... Get away from me! Get away from... Fucking... My life's so hard.
Oh god.
It's hammer time. I guess. I'm gonna get you, Meowstro.
What if I get myself first?
You have so much to live for. You should do it.
All right, see you later. Get killed by the Guardians. What does that mean? They're giving your kill credit to the Guardians, Meowstro.
Fuck. Yeah, I'll take it.
I think this hammer's kind of busted.
Nonsense.
It busted my ass a few times.
Damn. I'm sorry.
I got better though.
Ah! I don't even know what killed me there.
Well, that's not fair. You guys are teaming up on me.
Not intentionally.
Not really. I can't really tell.
Fuck! I'm gonna just hide. Ah! Pathetic. I beat all these games on heroic, and yet Nah. You.
This is not what Godzilla would have wanted from me.
You.
It's time for the noob combo.
Hey. Hey, hey, come back. Hey, 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 hey.
Okay, count that as a win.
Why didn't that click? I clicked.
The hammer didn't deem you worthy.
I'm living in a place that kills. Hmm? Ah? Hmm. Oop.
I see invisibility shenanigans.
Meh, 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 meh. Well,
what now?
I'm a gamer. I don't know. We got any opinions?
Is there a hardcore mode?
Hardcore. Slayer, elimination, Rockets team, Slayer, hardcore. Earn the most kills within the time limit. Okay. FFA. Score to win unlimited. What? Oh, yeah. Where's the timer? Where's the timer?
It's currently 7:20 seconds.
All right, let's just start it. Let's do a new
Where
map.
you change it.
You don't? Is it lagging?
Yeah.
Well, it changed it. I'm just rolling through maps.
Sounds like a plan, General.
That's kind of like a plan. Time limit 12 minutes.
Plan is no plan.
No plan! A real gamer would have, you know, they would know all the maps instinctively. You see, though, I don't.
Item control the map, you know, memorize 25 seconds to red armor spawn. 1 minute for mega health. Oh gosh. Wrong game.
Wrong game. You ever realize fighting the AI and fighting other people is different? Did you know that? Hey.
I was under the impression that hardcore was no shields.
I don't know. Maybe that's a different mode.
I think SWAT has no shields.
That's probably what I was thinking of.
Okay, we could do that next. I have no grenades. That explains it. You fucking
Okay.
bitch. Okay, what?
That was just oh god.
Get out of here.
That was a pretty good shot.
Would you believe me if I said I was a no-scope? Ooh.
Would you believe me if I said you're a bitch? Ugh.
Yes. Ooh.
Did you do a 360?
I'm not that good.
Still have a chance to prove my greatness.
Flashbang, flashbang, flashbang. Back off, back off, back off, back off. Yeah.
Coming for you. Watch out behind.
Well, I thought you were talking about yourself.
It ominously shows him approaching you from behind. Whoops.
Where are you? Where are you?
There's Hammer.
Oh, you fucking not again! Hey, hey!
Oh, damn.
I win. I win, you lose. Eat my ass. Eat my ass! I had to do that once, just to say I did. Ah! Okay. Okay.
Okay, so Halo 3 Needler's kind of overpowered.
What am I doing? Where am I going? That was not... It was not a good motion. I'm gonna be real. I think it was Halo 2 that I played multiplayer. I don't know if I've ever played Halo 3 multiplayer. Oh no. That's a kill.
Is there a phobia name for... He's right behind me, isn't he?
A phobia? I don't know about a phobia.
Remaining.
Yeah, it's not a phobia if it's a rational fear.
Yep. I did the unbeatable strat of shooting a lot. Well, it wasn't unbeatable there. Take that.
Usually pretty solid strat.
Ain't talking about love. Talking about love. Hi. Oh. I should have reacted to that.
Yeah, it was really nice of you to stand there and let me shoot you.
Mods, can I get a ban for Meowstro?
I'm not thin enough. Alright.
Too fat. Ah! This is a common occurrence.
FFA.
Ah, not again! That's 3 times!
Free for all stands for first I do all the damage, then someone else takes the kills.
Indeed.
Or someone else comes and kills us both.
Nah.
The strategy is to be the someone else.
Shit. Shit.
Damn.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh.
Bonk. Hey, I'm trying to kill the other guy.
Damn. Everything exploded.
The end.
Oh, fuck.
Hey.
One minute remaining.
How did I whiff that?
Everything almost went according to plan.
Almost. Hi, Fudgy. Ban yourself, nerd. Hi, Chuffler. Hi, Boink. I am the Mr. Chef. I am the master chef. I am on the quest for ingredients. How are y'all doing? Anyone want to join in the next round? I'm really bad. You can embarrass me. Like, that's a good example.
10 seconds remaining.
Do be cooking your ass. Ay, ay, ay.
Game over.
Ah! Actually, I wasn't that far behind. Anyone want to join?
How they meet.
Chuffler, you want to join? Boing. Fudgy. They just probably need your Steam friendliness. Yeah, sure? Sure? Okay. Gotta go do stuff. Understandable. Open invite. Do I have you in my friends, Chuffler? I had to do that, right? Yep, there you are. Master Chef Collection. Halo 3, eh? So far. Don't have it installed. Understandable. We friends? Yeah, we are. Here, do you want me to send you an invite? Or do you want me to wait a minute? Also, in the Discord, in the channel, Elite Gaming. That's where we all are. Refunded it years ago? That's too bad. Here, I'll send you the invite. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Tayo.
Hi.
Hi, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just playing random deathmatch maps.
That sounds like the best way to do it.
I sent the invite.
Okay, I'm launching right now. I'll accept it in a moment.
Cool.
Oh my god, the Dark Ages is out?
It is? What are people
or is it
saying?
Just for, like, influencers.
Oh. Influencers. Blech. Blech.
Pretty sure people are saying it's woke.
Are they?
The woke ages.
Yeah, they
Doom.
made the Doom Slayer's tit smaller or something.
Well, okay, that's understandable. That's unforgivable.
They removed Doomslayer panty shots.
Okay.
Alright, so what was it? SWAT has no shields? Is that the one you wanted to do? Is that under here? No. Unless...
I don't know what it's under.
Anyway, we do have 4 players now, so we could do some 2v2 if we wanted to.
If we wanted to...
We got any preferences? Oh, thank you for 10 consecutive streams. Whoa! MCC stands for Modern Communist Collective. So true. Territories, that seems like you'd need more players for that one. All right. Elimination duel. Leader cannot hide. Indeed. All right, duel. Sure. Score to win. 10 seems decent. All right, let's check high ground, I guess. Wait, what's this built for, though? 4 to 12 players were players. Anyway, my favorite song is playing now. Two to 8. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Unless anyone... Anyway, anyone prefer any particular map, or should I just launch this one?
Oh, I'm good with whatever.
Okay.
Oh, you could edit the title and add Tayo.
You're right.
I'm
There we go.
backseating the streamer.
Look, I appreciate that. It removes levels of thought I need to apply. People do my thinking for me.
Glad to help.
Ah! Okay. Okay, I hate this map. We should end the stream now. Sucking on my titties like you wanted me, call on me.
Feel a dark, ominous presence.
Oh. It's okay, that dark, ominous presence just fell in a hole.
Here, take that one.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes the ghost I found all by myself.
We're almost at the best part of the song.
Finders keepers.
No, not yet. Oop.
It'll buff out.
Ah! Fuck the pain away. 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 Eh. Shoot better, streamer. Jazzahol, is this you stimming? What? I guess I am kind of stimming because I'm playing a video game. That's a good way to stim. Ah! Shit!
Oh, that grenade went on the wrong side of that.
Fuck the pain away. 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 I meant with all them, fuck the pain away. Them?
Is it possible that the song is not playing on the stream?
No, it is.
I would not know because I'm listening to Discord.
I don't know how to play audio and a game in Discord.
No worries.
Oh, okay.
Hey! A son of a bitch! Take that.
Oh.
I followed you for I don't know how long.
That worked.
mesmerized by my bare, muscular Spartan back.
Can't get me, can't get me. Ah! Can't get me, can't get me. Can't get me, can't get me.
Sandwiched. A group hug with bullets.
Explode! Fuck.
Uh-oh.
I got scared.
Oh. Fuck you, Meowstro.
Congratulations.
I like this one. It makes the one doing the most killing get a debuff. A son of a bitch! That requires 6 players. Damn it. When is Faded gonna show up? Faded wants to kill me, and now Faded is gone.
It was a cruel fate.
Son of a bitch!
I think this is the level that we can get a Wraith. I missed.
Blood
I missed.
Gulch.
I missed again. Whatever.
Nope. Nope. Ah.
Oh, fuck.
I
Oh, God.
just
Oh,
commandeered
really?
my own vehicle.
I totally forgot.
Ow.
Take that. Ah. Eh. Ah.
Oh, I should probably minimize your Discord stream, huh?
Maybe.
I
Hey,
promise I
hey,
won't.
hey, hey. No, what? Yeah? What for? What are you trying to
so
make
I
a
can
deal with me?
survive.
Make a deal with me?
See ya.
Make a deal with me. Make a deal with me. Make a deal with me.
Here is what I offer.
I win.
No more deals.
I make the best deals. Everyone says.
The art of the deal.
We're gonna get China to pay for it all.
And we're gonna build an orbital defense platform. And the Covenant is going to pay for it.
everyone go? Ah! That's where they went.
Wait, oh, I still have a little marker even though I'm invisible? That's not cool.
Yeah,
Not
you
my
definitely
problem.
do.
Thank God for low FOV.
What?
Oh.
It's like wandering behind you for a... But, never mind.
I just want to ride. Leave me
fine.
alone. Oh. Ah! There's someone behind me? No, you just killed me.
Ruh-roh. Shit.
Mm. No! Oh, wow, I did not do well.
Little.
Alright! Okay, new plan. Is there a game mode where we all kill Meowstro?
7 Meowstro.
Let's see. Kill one guy and make suffer mode.
I mean, honestly, if you put it on Team Slayer, you could probably just have someone bounce to the other team that I'm not on.
Let's see. You know what? I like duel. Let's stick to duel. Let's stick to duel. Unless y'all want to do a different mode. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, isolation.
Is duel 1 versus...
Hmm?
Duel
No,
is
duel-
1 versus 1 take turns.
What?
Duel's what
wait.
we've been doing.
Duel, yeah, it's where the leader has a marker.
Ah, okay.
This is like, I'm playing this for the first time. I've realized I've only ever played Halo 1 and 2 multiplayer. So I'm discovering new maps.
Never really into the multiplayer.
Me either.
Except
I'm-
when, you know, it's a LAN party with friends.
I'm a single player. I hate other people.
Based.
So true.
Base. Got you. Gotcha.
Oh.
Ew. The sphincter opened up after I shot.
What? Huh?
Yeah, this must be a flood-related map.
I'm out of ammo. And yet it still worked out.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yep, there's the sphincter. It's even got the green gas.
Fart.
Just like my sphincter.
Chat, I need all of you to fart real loud. Ah!
I have to go to my OnlyFans for that.
Oh yeah, Jazza, just so you know, I don't know, it might be different between Halo 2 and 3, but shotguns are normally close-range weapons. Oh, hello.
Mods. I'm being harassed.
I believe in you, Jazza.
Yeah.
Well played. That was goofy.
Oh, fine.
That worked. When in doubt, spam grenades. I wasn't paying attention. Which is never a good idea.
Ooh.
You got the power.
Changing my settings.
Meh. Meh. I did it. Moment of distraction.
Wait.
Wait.
This'll work. I don't know why I kept doing that.
Well, you both died. I was like, huh?
I remember that happening a lot in Halo 3.
Yeah, it was a warding shot.
Noted.
Hi, Sonny! How are you doing? Let me give you a shout out, which will open me up to easy deaths. Oh my god! PokeLink25! Poke Elf Raid. Don't poke me! How you doing? Thank you for the raid. I should maybe turn the music down. Hi, I'm Jazza. I'm an elf. I should mute myself in Discord, but I'm not very professional, so... Did I just lose? Okay, perfect time. Perfect time.
Step away for just a moment.
Mods! Let me give you a shout out. I don't know if I played Gears Tactics. How did Gears Tactics go? I don't remember playing anything except a little bit of, which one? I think it was Gears of War 2. But anyway, hi. If y'all are tired, if y'all are hungry, if y'all are all of the above, then go deal with that. I'm doing Halo with chat. If anyone would like to join, as long as they're normal. Well, normal-ish. Thanks for the follow! Also, I will give you a shout out, Sonny. How are you doing? Cum of Dookie. I just... Huh? That's gross. What's wrong with you, Sonny? But welcome in. You get a shout out too. I am sadly a lot right now. Not a lot. Also, hi, welcome in, Winter Fujitora. How are you doing? I hope so. I hope well.
I like your emotes.
I just realized my Twitch activity feed is not updating. Something's screwy. I might need to re-log in. I don't know what's happening. I thought you were playing Call of Duty. These games all look the same to me. My bad.
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
How does this look like Call of Duty? I'm confused. Anyway, last resort.
Call of Duty Infinite.
Oh,
was
that's
space,
fair.
right?
Anyway, thank you for the raid. Oh my god, much appreciated. And yeah, also Gears Tactics was fun. Nearly at the end of the game. Cool. How many Gears games are there? There's Gears of War 1, 2, 3, 4, Tactics, Gears of War, Regeneration. Poke, where's my free kiss? Poke, I command you to kiss in the middle of the game. Not the game, the chat. Anyway, I'm here. I'm here with Chuffler. I'm here with Meowst. Well, you're not gonna see. How do I like display the name? Because I'm in streamer mode. Maybe I can just turn streamer mode off, which defeats the point. I'm gonna disable that, and that will show the full names. God damn it, Discord. Hi, Glue. Yo, it's the Dream Team. That it is. How you doing? Thanks for the follow, Fuji. Winter Fuji.
Glue.
Glue, do you play Halo? I've never seen you play Halo. Do you want to play Halo? Otherwise, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing death matching. No Sawi, that's fine. Just thought I'd ask. We're just death matching random maps. You only played Halo 4. You've only played Halo 4. Of all the Halo games, you played 4. Okay. I'm just perplexed. Should have the Master Collection Edition. You want to join? I assume you're normal. Gears 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tactics, Gears, Eroticism Day. Huh. Gotta have the bathroom first. I hope you have a bathroom. Forced by a possible ex-partner. Oh. Oh no. Your ex-partner made you play Halo 4? Now I know why they're an ex-partner.
Yeah, fair.
I don't know. I played Halo 4 on stream. I both didn't hate it as much as I thought I would and hated it more than I thought I would, if that makes any sense. I don't think that makes any sense. But to me, it does.
Strongly generic.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The gameplay was not as bad as it could have been, but the story was much worse than I thought it would be. And I thought it would be pretty bad. Don't forget Gears Pop.
Precursor weapons with walls.
Build it to the unsec. Also, you can find me in the Discord, alright here. If you would like to send me friend code. But never something twice. Anybody else surely know? Wait, is being on Xbox okay? I don't know. I honest to God don't know. Is there crossplay? Because I've just been inviting people via Steam.
Yeah, there's crossplay.
Yeah.
Okay. So how would that work?
Yeah, that's why we were forced to log on to a Microsoft account at first.
Oh.
That makes sense, actually. I never
All
even
right.
thought about it.
Sorry if I raid and run. Don't be sorry. It's fine. I did an 8-hour stream, so I'm going to crash and relax. Go rest. Oh my God. Who would do a long ass stream? That's for crazy people. Who would do a 10-hour stream on Friday? Join the Discord. So the answer? The answer?
42.
Yes. That is the answer. To give quick context, I remember pulling 12 to 15 hour stream like 3 times a week. That's DJ Kawhi Fieri hours.
I think you should send Jazza your friend code. Oh wait, that only works for Steam.
Hmm.
I don't know how you would get the person in from Xbox.
I think there's like a friend system in the Halo Master Chief Collection.
Gamer tag. Send me your gamer tag. Maybe that'll work.
Ah, fine player.
Yeah. Also, I will wave to say hi. Give me a sec to look if the Master Collection is installed. That's when I started, but still, I shall stop talking about myself to have fun with Halo. Nobody's allowed to talk about anything but me in chat. I am the master of chat. Actually, maybe I shouldn't show that on stream, now that I think about it. Yep. Well, of course you were not able to find null gamer tag. Let me know when you send that to me, and then was it loud? Why am I not? This is really weird. OBS is being weird today. Was the music loud? What was the music? Hello. Oh, I see. I see. I have trigger fire turned up a little. I'll turn it down a little. Hopefully that's better. Sorry. All right, let me look. Let me join the IFC.
Hello there.
Also, apparently Coyote was in here earlier.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, Winter Fujitora. Winter Zero, I should say. No problems.
Yeah,
I just got fucking jump scared. Nah, I don't want to be jump scaring people. Audio mixing is a thing, unfortunately. Two messages hidden from likely spammer from 923. What? From Rage. Damn. Been a while since
this game Winter Zero.
How do you join? I think you got to send me your gamer code, which I am going to hide the game when I do that so I don't show it. If you want to, you post it in the text chat, or you could DM me directly, depending on how comfortable you are. Frickin' Microsoft. Camel by camel. Where? I don't know. It's with your Microsoft account. You get, like I said, you could send it to me or you could post it in the text chat. It's up to you. And I think that should let us do some crossplay.
Winter, how about you search for Jazzahall's gamer tag?
Anyone at home? Come on, come on, come on. I can ease your pain, get you on your feet again. Need some information first. Just the basic facts. Can you show me where it hurts? There is no pain, you are receding. And ship smoke on the horizon. Alright, I think... Guess there's 0. Okay. Don't fear nothing. Alright, I'll just, see, find player. Gaster 0. This it? I've sent the invite. I can't explain, you will not understand. This is not... Did that work?
I'm currently waiting.
I have become comfortably numb. Did that not go through?
How did you write it?
I wrote it Gaster 0. Gasterzero.
It's me.
Alright, I have invited player.
Where do I see that again?
I can invite again. Have you received it?
I'm receiving nothing.
Okay, well, I'm okay.
It could be because of the Xbox, but
It's very weird because this looks to be who you are, right? Status not joinable. I don't know if that means I can't join.
I changed it.
What did you change?
I changed it. No, did I? No. Uh-huh.
All right, I'll try inviting. The whips move, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Alright, I'm just gonna try your game attack.
Okay. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know much about cross-play and how that works with Microsoft.
Thanks, Todd Howard.
Todd! Let me see if I can Google up a hint. How and right. Steam Microsoft. Alright, yeah, it's saying it should be straightforward. I should just invite you with gamer tag. Are you making a new one or?
No.
Okay. All right. Let me try one more time. This should just work. You're in game, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have Halo 3 multiplayer?
I have the Master Chief Collection. It should be in there.
Okay. Just because with Steam, you can like download different files.
Yeah, you can
at a
download
time.
each campaign and multiplayer separately for each game.
Oh.
So you've got everything downloaded, I assume.
I should. Or I can just watch for now.
You want to just watch? That's fine. That's fine. I'm winging this anyway. I might be doing this again. I have to do this again. I have to let Faded kill me. All right. Yeah, let's just start. Last resort. Wanna be your man. Wow. Kill!
We've got to have.
Thank you for the subscription, however, I will not change my attitude.
Jazza one jam.
Understandable.
I still hate you! Because, you know, friendship isn't transactional. You must earn the right to not be hated. And you're doing a bad job! 20th century boy. 20th century toy. Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. 20th century toy. Okay. Ooh.
I don't know what that does. Oh.
Sing like a bee. But ow! Shit. Bow, bow. Need better weapons.
Oh no, not falling for that again.
Need better weapon. You're mine. It's not. Ah, fuck. Yeah, you should have known. Should have known, Glue. Eh.
Damn.
It's going. It's not doing anything. Uh-oh. Don't perceive me. Don't perceive me. Ugh. Being up here is a bad idea. Why am I giving away my position? I should stop talking. Zap. Ah!
I love the funny laser pointer.
I love laser pointer. You're like a cat that way.
Chase after a little red dot.
That poor cat.
You're gonna catch it pretty soon.
Busy. Leave me alone. I said leave me alone. What you doing? You died. Oh, hi. What am I... What? I have to think on myself and become a better person. Nah. Hello. Oh, Jazzahall, not Jazzahoff. What? Congrats on the streak, Steel. Yes, I am thinking about killing. Ay, ay, ay! That's what I get. I don't know what I hope to accomplish there. Hello. I just did that thing where I confused melee and grenade. My eyes are bad, so F and I in front look similar. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a Jazzahall with an L. It's fine. Although Jazzahoff is a nice name. What if David Hasselhoff but me? Hasselhoff. Damn it. I win. I win.
Well played.
I won that social interaction. What if Jazzahall was in the SpongeBob? What if I was in the SpongeBob movie? I would be a goofy goober.
I would watch that.
I'm a goofy goober. You're a goofy goober. Damn it. 1 second more and that would have been epic for me. Ah!
Game over.
Damn it! What a shame. Blue da ba dee da ba die. Okay. All right, I'm just rolling through maps. Can't think of anything else to do. So wait, Fuji, did you wanna try joining again? Or was that causing issues with joining, or is it you don't have to?
I found you,
Was that
but it says I can't join.
really?
Join.
Well, I mean, friends only, invite only. Oh, maybe that'll help. Maybe if I set it to invite only. All right. How do I invite people? Here we go. What was it again? Maybe this will help. Where is... Trying to find... God, my scroll wheel. Oh, okay, there it is. Let's try it again. Will that work? That go through?
I can try putting you in it as a friend. Maybe that works.
Maybe. I don't know, I set it to invite. Count linking. Oh no, that's bring me out here. I've already linked it. Okay, never mind. Unable to locate no gamer tag.
No, it does not let me join.
That's... Does it tell you why? Or?
It's just a gray button.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Interesting.
Tried.
I'm sure there's a way to make that work. I don't know what it is though, because I know nothing about the Xbox shit. Alright. Alright, well, you're joined to chill anyway.
I'm chilling now.
Enjoy chillax.
Sounds good.
Narrows. Pizza time. Take that. That'll teach you to exist. Damn. Shuffler, why don't you move to a new location? Ah!
Alright.
No, I'm in last. Yeah.
that tactic of just shoot 'em is actually pretty good.
It's good to shoot people.
Yeah, it seems pretty effective.
It's the biggest brain strategy.
You jumped over me. Ah! A rocket launcher. I'm not... I mean, I'm the best. Mm-hmm. That was a... Ay, ay, ay! A pretty lame fight we had. Gonna getcha. Gonna getcha. And I did.
Had to return to the warm embrace of the bubble.
Back to the womb.
So comforting.
I killed Chuffler. Chuffler is...
I can't believe this.
Chuffler is not... I couldn't think of anything clever to do with Chuffler.
Okay, there's no pressure.
The word. What do you mean there's no pressure? I need to think up clever one-liners or else it's over.
Okay. Oh. Didn't realize the stakes were so high.
Nah! I bonked your ass.
All done.
I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish there. What? Bullshit. Mods! Oh. Well, fuck me, I guess.
We have a new champion.
Sandtrap. Wait, 6 to 16 players. Okay, that's a little too big, I would imagine. Stop. The Pit. The Pit MLG. Using the official Halo Championship Series pit stop. Some say the attic are haunted by fallen trainees that died camping. Warlocks are another popular theory. What's the difference between that and the pit? I'm curious.
We can become true MLG pros.
Magic Le Gathering.
Yeah, that's it.
Mick Schwartz, I just realized you're covered by the dancing shaman. I'm okay with that though.
It's not covering up much.
Did we just kill each other? Hello. Hey, you fucker! You shot me through a little gap. It's like the thigh gap, but evil. Fuck. So if I go into the button of the second last, it says you ain't in one, can't translate into English because Germany brain go no. Maybe I gotta get to the lobby. Give it another try after this round. What am I doing? Damn, you got launched. No. No. I said no. You're dead. He's dead.
I'm telling my mom.
How did I survive that?
I don't know. Well, ultimately you did not.
Aw, shucks.
Oh, no. Shell is the life on Mars. Bow, 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 better than better now, better do, better do, what? Hey. Oh, that's a dead body. That's a dead body too now. Wow. I'm goated with
Yeah,
the
nice
sauce.
shot, unironically.
Yeah, I didn't expect myself to make that.
No, actually, where are you?
Bah!
Okay. I'll come back with a better weapon.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're behind the wall. Or you were. Oh. Got greedy, didn't you? Heh. Oh, hello. What? Oh, shit. Okay.
First to 10?
Yeah.
All right, Fuji, you want to try again, or it's up to you.
I'm gonna pop out. Eat some food. I might pop back in later if you're still playing.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go that much longer. I'm a little hungry myself. How long have I been going? Almost 5 hours. Well, most of that was me learning about Elvis's depressing history. But
yeah, that was something.
Well, it was fun. Thanks for games.
Yeah. Thanks for dropping in.
Yeah, take it easy.
See you.
Bye.
Yep, I mean, it's up to you, streamer.
It's telling me, Chuffler's still here. Ooh. Maybe one more round. Then I'm gonna go fetch some eats.
Might be because just looked it up. Halo only has 4 slots for a party.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Then how are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to do larger games like that? Does it all have to be online? I don't get it. I don't get it. I'll do some research the next time I do this, because I got to do this again. I promised Faded. All right, but that should mean
Get on here, Faded.
Get on, Faded. Faded, are you lurking? All right, let's give it one more try. And let me. There you are. All right, I've invited you. Did that go through? Love. You give love. Give love a bad name. All right. What if I? No, don't change profile. What if I stick around here? What if I stay in your profile? That do anything?
It's not like I need to play. I can always watch.
Okay. I'll do some research the next time I do this if you'd like to join in then. I will make an announcement in the Discord. Always tune in for all the latest updates on what's going on with my life and the latest trauma dumps, where I complain about all my enemies and eventually transmogrify my following into a brainwashed cult.
Looking forward to the Google Doc.
Hell yeah! I mean, what? I mean, hell yeah! What the hell was that?
Sorry, Discord sound effects.
I know. I know that's what it was. Wait, didn't we already... Ah! Didn't we already do this one? I think we did. Oh well, that's fine.
Yep.
Oh, come on. You could have killed me easily there. Did ya leave it? Yeah, I done this. Damn it. That's fine though. Hey, I'm another dick in my balls. Hey, teacher. Leave my butt alone. Actually, forget I said that. Okay. Bah! That's a flashbang death. Oh my god. Come out! Come out! Oh my god! You're all planning against me.
Well, can't deny that.
You can't? I knew it. Yeah.
No, my spree.
Your spree. Woo! Ew. Yuck. Hey! Wahoo! I got that kill. It's my bunker.
Ah, just come on out. Weather's fine.
Nah. Nah.
I got ice cream.
I'm sure you do, you sick freak.
Yeah. Ow. I deserve that.
Damn it. I don't know. I thought that was a ladder. Why did none of that hit? You fucking.
Oh.
Hello. Just walking on
Take
by.
that one head on. Oh, no.
Too bad. Oop.
First, my compulsive need to reload at the wrong time.
Garsu! I mean, that's good for me.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Okay, I had a plan, and in hindsight, it was a very bad plan. My plan was to punch you.
Plan didn't
That
take into
works
account the fact I had a
sometimes.
shotgun.
That one's too big. A lot of these might be too big. Too big. Cold storage. Okay, let's give that a go.
Oh yeah, this looks new.
It's new. Where are you? There you are. Ay. One kill. One kill. One kill. I don't know why I wasn't trying to kill you. I thought it was funny just staring at you.
It was funny.
For you. What are you trying to do there?
Tried to run away.
Smart. Wow. I'm psychic. No, I just got lucky. Thought maybe they'll move onto that platform, and guess what? They did.
Oh shit.
Woo! I should have got both those kills, though. Bullshit.
You know what would have been funny is if we killed each other and you got no kills.
You just think it's funny when I don't get any of the things I deserve. What am I doing? Here.
Relax, liberal. It's called dark humor.
It's satire. What the hell?
There it is.
What happened there?
Simultaneous kill.
That's neat.
It's like a metaphor for war.
It's like war never changes. Some say war never changes. Some say war has changed. Which is it? Which is it, Anita? Ah! Ah! I'm working on an epic takedown of Anita Sarkeesian. It's gonna be over for her. Yeah.
50-part YouTube video essay series where you have a rant Sona.
I should rebrand into a rant Sona. I think I would make millions. Or at least a few hundred. Right? I say night because 4 a.m. in Germany. Have a good night. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, I'm learning things on how to... Well, I'm not learning anything. I'm learning things I should learn. Which is almost like learning things. But since I'm gonna have to do this again... I have to. I promised. I'll do some research. I'll probably invite people ahead of time as well. This time I just kind of booted it up. No plans, no nothing.
Yeah, take it easy, Winter.
Thank you for gooning in my chat. This is what I want to happen.
Oh, and that was right behind me? Oh, alright. It was just invisibility.
I don't know why I did that. I thought maybe I could get the jump, and in hindsight, there was no evidence of that happening. Alright, how about one more game?
Let's do a SWAT one.
Okay. Alright, so is that still under Slayer? I didn't see it.
I don't know if they call it that in this game.
Yeah.
Might have to jerry-rig one yourself.
Oh, really? So, like, in options?
Yeah, and then I think you can change different things from there.
Betrayal booting. Friendly fire. Player traits. That could be it.
Yeah. Player
Shields
traits?
and health.
Yeah.
Shield vampirism.
I'd say for SWAT, it would be turn the shield recharge rate down to 0 and shield multiplier down to nothing.
No shields. Shield vampirism.
Yeah, that won't have an effect. Because we won't have any shields to steal from each other.
Oh, so should we just do no shields?
Yep.
Okay. And if we're gonna do that, by the way, if we're gonna do that, by the way, we should maybe up the score to win to 25. Is that a little low though? If we're like dying that quickly?
I think 25
sounds good.
Yeah, you're right. All right, let's see, new map, assembly. Okay.
Before you start, one more thing you could do is in the options, change I want to say weapons and vehicles maybe.
No,
okay, sorry. Back one more. Probably general settings. Shit, where'd it go? Oh, player traits. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Weapons and damage. Change primary weapon to like the battle rifle.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I probably should have clicked right instead of left. There. Yes, I should have clicked right.
Okay, yeah, I think that's good.
Okay, let's do it. Didn't expect that, now I have it in my head while trying to sleep. Have what in your head? Gooning? I'm sure you do.
Goon sphere. Oh no, the indicator telling you where they are is definitely not good with this game mode.
Oh, okay, you know what? In that case, endgame. Game over. What do you mean? Alright, let's do that without the not in dual mode. Back. Yeah, you're right. Slayer and then elimination. Yeah. That should work.
Oh, score to win. We'll change that.
Oh, what? Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Whoops. When did that happen? Oh yeah, because I changed game mode. Fucking hell. And also now it's Team Slayer. What the hell? Don't bonk me. Game over. You. Bah. Game. Bah. All right. Does that mean I got to set everything up again? Okay. Why was it set to Team Slayer?
For bad sportsmanship.
No.
He crouched on me. How could he?
Oh, highly tactical Team Slayer. They have the same name. Wait. Why is there two? Hardcore. Slayer. There we go. All right, let me make sure I got this set up. Player traits. Shields and health. Shield vampirism disabled. Shield multiplier, no shields. Weapons and damage, primary weapon. Click right this time. I think I got everything. Oh wait, I gotta change the No, I don't. Now it's 25 again. Okay.
Yeah, I think normal Slayer is just always 25.
Okay, this better be right, or I'm gonna do it.
Really gonna do it this time.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Wish you all a good day and night. Have a good day and night yourself. Okay.
Ooh. Yep, that's gonna go.
Ooh.
Shit. Right. I should change my FOV.
Damn.
No, my FOV is perfect.
Increase your FOV, gamer.
God. It was got. Quick draw.
Oof. The rapid crouching didn't really help, huh?
Ah! Shit. Jeez. Halo crouching is not that crouchy compared to some games. Hey! I win.
Gain the lead.
Ooh.
It's scary.
Scary. I'm scared. I win. Every time I shoot somebody, I win the whole game. I do snuck up behind me. I don't know if that was a kill or not. Yeah. Got ya. Got you in the gaps. This is a bad place to be. I just ran off the map. Is that why my respawn's taking so long? Faded! Faded! Get your ass in here. After this round, we do one more Faded, you and me. Maybe we do this game mode right here.
The more the merrier.
Yeah! How you doing, Faded? Hope well. I was waiting for your ass. You come in right as... You should have told me you were playing Halo. I told you yesterday that I'm playing Halo today. You have to download it. What the fuck? God damn, Faded. You hate my pussy. What do you mean lies? I screamed it at you. At you! Directly! Yes. Yes, Faded. Yes. Are you downloading it, or... You want to do this another time? It's up to you, Faded. What I could do is do this again Thursday. Hey! I am? Okay. If it's Meowstro again, I'm going to kill you all in the game. Hey. But chances are we have to do it another time. Alright, that's fine. No, it's short notice. Hey! I mean, I tell you what, Faded. You hop into chat, like, when I'm doing a just chatting segment at the start, I'll leap into the game. We can do it. We can do it, Faded. Hey! Yeah, I mean, I'm getting hungry. I was planning on making this the last round. But now that I've done it once, I can do it again pretty easily. See you there.
Oh, I fell off the map.
Ha! Stupid. Oh my god, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, no hand railings. It's not approved by OSHA.
Not approved by OSHA. However, poisoning a whole town to try and take it over electorally is approved by OSHA.
Yoko Osho.
What?
Osho.
Ah, that bitch Yoko Osho ruined the Beatles. It's all her fault. Why am I using this weapon? Well, it worked. Fuck! Okay, raid message, kill Meowstro raid.
I'm
Actually,
honored.
No. Oh boy. Oh, that was fun. I didn't know how that was gonna go. I think the next time I do this, I'll plan ahead more. I'll let people know. Try to get a bigger group going. We can do some of the bigger maps. We can do some of the other games. I mean, yeah. That does honor one of my frickin' Donathon goals that I remember I still have to do. Still owe my chat Warframe. But anyway, yeah, that was fun. I want to thank y'all for joining.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for hosting.
Yeah, we do it again. But for now, I am... Damn, my stomach needs food. Would be fun, especially since there's some fun custom modes. Yeah, right. We'll plan it ahead in the Discord next time. I don't know about next week. Maybe. It'd be a fun time. But yeah. I think I'm gonna call it there. I'm also feeling a little sleepiness in my eyes. A little bit. It's not that late, but I have been staring at a screen and gaming. Okay.
5 hours is a pretty good time.
That's pretty good. 5 hours, 20 minutes. A lot of that was yapping, but that's how it be sometimes. All right, let me throw some shout outs your way. McSchwartz first. Do you want to plug anything, or you just want to? Well, I'm plugging you. I'll plug you good.
Don't have anything coming up.
I gotcha.
Regular streams now and then.
Yep, I hear ya. It'd be sometimes that's a good way to do it. And then Meowstro.
That's me.
That's you. I spelled your name wrong. And I also put VT, which is really interesting. There we go. You want to plug anything? Or it's same with you?
I mean, I don't have anything for me to plug, but if you have any extra money, I'd really appreciate it if you donated to either the PCRF or the Erie, oh shit, what's it called? Erie Animal Network, I think is what it's called.
Sure, you can link that in the chat if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, let's do that. Ooh. Ooh. As for me, I will be streaming again Thursday. The plan is to do Hi-Fi Rush, because I was going to do that today, but then I didn't do this yesterday. So it's like, I gotta do this. I gotta do it, or they're coming for me. They'll come for me. Yeah, well, I haven't like done any community stuff in a while. I want to get back into it. Been a hectic few months, but be good to do that again. Maybe on Sundays. Sunday seems like a good day for that. But I did it Monday. Why'd I do it Monday? Why'd I do it on a Monday? Meowster, you got those links ready?
I'm trying. I found them.
Okay, copy paste that shit. Virtual insanity. Yes. Oh, and the Trevor Project. Cool. Cool stuff. Okay, but I'm sleepy. I streamed a lot yesterday, so that would probably explain it. Okay, and that's gonna be it. Drop some money at those links if you got some lined up. I am going to post my socials there too. You can follow me on Blue Sky and other websites, YouTube. I don't really do anything but dump VODs there so far. And, yeah, you can also go on my Discord. We're watching Twin Peaks Season 3 on Saturday, but we watch lots of shit. And, yeah, I think that'll do it. Alright, I gotta find someone to raid. Would you fellas like to recommend a raid target? Either of you?
Lucky Pochi or Kabocha Kai?
Probably Pochi. Between those, because I raided Cabo fairly recently. Actually, pretty recently. It was a few streams back. Let's see, what is...
Maven.
Pochi? Well, I haven't raided Pochi in a while. I raided May... Where is May? May's not coming up in my things. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah,
or
May
is
ended
it
early.
Mavith?
Oh, Mavith. I always think of... Alright, what do you think? Pochi or Mav? I've rated both of them. I've rated all these people, but it's been a little bit. Maeve? You want to do Maeve? Okay, I can do Maeve. Let's raid Maeve. What's Maeve doing? Maeve is just chatting, so it could be anything afterwards. But okay, let's raid Maeve. Let's raid the Moon Witch. That's her kayfabe, right? Maeve, very nice lady. Y'all have a good time with Maeve. I don't know what Maeve's doing. I'm sure it's cool. I'm sure it's dope. I'm sure you'll have a good time. Wait, I should come up with a raid message. Kill Meowstro raid? No. See, oh, also my default raid, if you got no emotes to use, but you can also use emotes you have. Raid message. Raid message, raid message, raid message, raid message. No. I was gonna do Arbiter's Butthole raid. Halo. Master Chef raid. There we go. Master Chef raid. I suck at raid messages. Oh my god. But that's okay. I make up for it with my raw charisma. Anyway, I'm gonna start that raid now. And I wish y'all a good evening. I don't know where I was going with that. I wish you a good evening. Commence. Ah! Here we go. I'll see y'all Thursday, maybe. If you would like to. I see y'all Thursday, maybe. Maybe we have a fun time. Maybe we don't. That's not my problem. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm gonna click the ending soon screen. Bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye. No more, no more, no more. You know, I'm just gonna click raid now.